All right. Good morning, brothers and sisters. Wow, we got a great program for you again today. And we're going to be honored to be speaking with Sister Callie Sichen. Now, many of you may not realize, a lot of people remember Dr. Kwaku Andow, but Sister Sichen is the person who actually edited that great work that he did on herbs and plants. And in her own right, she is quite a herbalist and she is quite an astrologer. So we're going to CEPHEUS is critically important to us because CEPHEUS stands for the rise of the black man. And I know we're all anxiously waiting to hear anything about the rise of the black man because it involves the empowerment of African people. So, Sister Callie, um, would you please move us into this great time that we're in, the energy that is coming into the earth today? Sister Callie.
Well, thank you so much, Brother Clemson Brown. You know, my friend for the last, 30 years we talked about the other day.
At least.
We at least 30 years, Dr. Ando and myself, we spent many a beautiful day and hour with you and my dear sister Vi up there in Brooklyn. And I am so pleased and honored right now to be able to come on your show and to hit the people, okay?
Yes.
What's really going on?
Yes.
I know that so many of us are so confused right now, and many have given up and just kind of dropped out because we can't make heads or tails of what's going on. Now, there are so many energies that are like erupting all over the world right now, just like volcanoes, just like hurricanes, just like, the earth is the great mother is working her magic because there is so much corruption at the end of the Piscean age. We have to cleanse the earth. And especially, we have to cleanse America because America is the seat. Well, one of the seats, because there are three great seats of corruption that we can exactly point to right now that are the source of this confusion, this great sacrifice that we are all enduring. Now, the thing that I want to emphasize today is that which I have not heard anyone talk about. But we hear people talking about the shift. Okay, what's the shift? Now we hear that, oh, well, the earth is shifting. What does that mean? How do you mean the earth is shifting? We have so many movements of the earth that bring about the seasons, that bring about the great year, that bring about the precession of the equinoxes, which everyone is talking about, leaving the Piscean age and going into the Aquarian age. Well, on the star map, what does that mean? What does that really mean? Okay. Well, what I have behind me is the map of the universe that we can see. Okay. Of course, we know that the universe is so vast, but we are a part of the Milky Way galaxy. okay? And this is the star. It's like the road that we can look at a very, very dark night. We see all this conglomeration of stars that looks like a great highway of light. Well, that's the Milky Way. And that Milky Way is where our solar system is located. And that Milky Way, we are at the outer end of the Milky Way, near the constellation of Orion. And actually, we're sort of between Orion and the dog star, which we know to be Sirius. Now, Sirius is in the legends of all the old cultures, but we were informed about it mostly, and we have learned about it because of the great star Sirius. Okay, it's the brightest star in the sky, and it's the head of the great dog, and here we are between Orion and Sirius. This is where we're located in the Milky Way. Now, I am going to get up and point some things out to you on the star map. And let me say that I'm happy to say that I have kept this star map for 50 years. I remember my oldest daughter, she had her 52nd birthday just 2 days ago. And I remember walking with her to this little tiny, tiny store on 14th and Market Street in San Francisco. And I saw this map and I said, I gotta get this. And it was like, $20 50 years ago. Do you know how much money that was? But I so happened to have had it, and I said, okay, I'm going to get this map. So it's been with me. And now I see that there are only a few of them left in the world, and the one that whoever's selling it on Amazon, they're selling it for $900. You cannot get this map again. But please, I'm so happy that I have it because I can show you, what's going on here. Okay. All right. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's start out with the Milky Way. You can see it. I took the light off of it so that you could see it better. The reason why I had to take the light off is because it reflects light. At night, I keep it by my bed, and it's been by my bed for 50 years. And when I turn the lights out in my room, the whole Milky Way lights up. The whole Milky Way lights up. And then you can see the major stars, like right here. That big, big bright star there is Sirius. And you know the legends of the Dogon and how the Dogon talk about the star Sirius and Sirius A, Sirius B, Sirius C. And one of those stars of Sirius is not visible. And the thing that I understand about it is just me, I haven't heard anybody say this, is that particular star is our sun. Our sun, which lights our day and warms our planet. But that's just my belief, okay? So here we are the Milky Way, all right? Now we have the zodiac, which is this line that goes here all around. If you can see it, it's like a orange color dots that go this way. The zodiac is the path that the constellations follow that make the 12-month year. Like, for instance, at the spring equinox, then the zodiac is right here. at the sign Aries. Okay, this is the spring equinox, and then it goes to Taurus, then it goes to Cancer, all the way around. Here's Scorpio, here's Virgo, all the way around Sagittarius, and right here. Now, this is the 12 months of the zodiac, you know, that we follow, and we say, oh, my sign is this, oh, my sign is that. What we are referring to is the path that our solar system takes around the zodiac 1 year, 365 days. Okay, now, but we're now talking about the movement from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius. Now, that is what they call the precession of the equinoxes. And it doesn't move this way, it moves that way. And so it's like a counterclockwise movement. And that's the great year called 26,000 years. Okay, so the 2,200 years we went through the age of Pisces, right down in here, and we're now entering into the age of Aquarius. You can see maybe one day when I learn how to actually take screenshots and put them up, then I'll be able to show you something a little closer, you know, but here we are. This is the constellation of Pisces, the fish here, and then the other fish is there. And then here's the constellation of Aquarius, and this is the stream or the water that is being actually released from the urn of the great man that walks across the sky. That's how they talk about the Aquarius, the new age of Aquarius. But what this water is knowledge. So we're we're moving from the age of Pisces into the age of wisdom, and the age when man actually realized that he is God, okay? Or we have all the aspects of God. Okay, and we just have to awaken to it, and then we have to move with that. Okay, so now you're understanding like the zodiac and the signs of the zodiac, the 365-day year, and then we've talked about the 26,000 year, which is the precession of the equinoxes. Now we're also moving through the galactic center. Okay, so the galaxy, the Milky Way, of which we are a part of, and our solar system is located somewhere up in here between the Dog Star and Orion. Okay, so, but the galactic center is right here, down here near Sagittarius. And so now we are being bombarded with all of these photons and plasma and energy that is coming from this great hole from which our galaxy emerged from. You see, stars are born, they live, they become great, what they call, they become red giants, and then they become white dwarfs, and then they just go into a black hole. Well, this is also true of galaxies. And our galaxy emerged out of this galactic center right here. And because we are moving through this galactic center right now, we're being bombarded with so much energy that is causing so many people, especially people who are not melanated, it's causing all kinds of problems with them. I don't know whether you heard what's that guy's name trying to kill us all, the Microsoft guy. He said the other day they're trying to block the sun. Block the sun, please. If you try to block the sun, which you can't, then that means it destroys all life on Earth. Because the sun is the source of life on Earth. Without it, hey, what's going to happen? We know things die because we need that. We have to have the sun. The sun nourishes everything on Earth with water, sun, wind, all of those elements which are with the Great Mother. Now, let's get to the shift. Okay, what's the shift? The shift is another movement of the Earth, which actually changes the North Star, or what we call pole star. Now, let's take a look at this inner circle right here. I think it looks blue it's blue on my map, but I am not sure if you can see it. Maybe if later you're recording it, you could magnify it and maybe see. Okay? So there are different constellations that actually circle this pole. Now we know about the North Star because we've heard the story of Harriet Tubman so many times. We know that the North Star is what guides us all. Without the North Star, we could not navigate on this earth because it has to be a center point from which we all come. Okay? And so it comes from the pole star. At this particular time, the pole star, there is this shift on our planet, which will bring up a new pole star. And that new North Star is CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king. The Ethiopian king who comes as the redeemer of the people that God created as his own people. Okay, the Adamic people on earth. Okay? Those who came straight from God. Not who were created later, because, we got all kinds of stories about that. But the original people, the Hebrews, the lost tribes of Israel. You have a question?
Yeah, you said earlier, you equated us, human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, as coming out of the Creator.
Absolutely.
So everything in the universe is also in you. I'm just trying to clarify some things. Because if we say that the Piscean age, which was an age of confusion, misdirection, it was an age of religion.
False gods. May I intercede right now? The Piscean age was the age of false gods. It was the age of false realities. It's the age of confusion. It was the age of it was okay. Pisces. You can see it has two fish going in different directions. Now, it's what it brought about was the age of materialism, what they call scientific materialism, but it also covered, the false gods, the false history, the false realities, the matrix. And that matrix was created by some evil beings who have domination over the earth at this time.
Could you call that the reign of good and evil, which our ancestors talk about? Um, if you have good, you have evil. If you have hot, you have cold. So it's the opposite of harmony and balance with my art. And that would be
Yes.
the time that we are living in now. And it would also be reflected in religions, but religions have also the elements of our ancient African um, understanding of the universe. So there are truths in religion. Hold on, Clemson, can you open that case on the back porch and sit these 6 boxes into that trunk on the front porch? It's black. The trunk is black, and no, those 6 boxes. So Kelly, my grandson's about to get away, but I need his strength. So I
Oh
got.
yeah, believe me, I know exactly what you're talking about. I have my grandchildren come and do things for me, and I'm just grateful for them. Yeah,
In the trunk,
I'm
yeah.
in my 77th year.
You got to open. Yeah. So getting back, I want to clarify some things so we'd be on the same page. Um,
Okay.
most of our watchers um, have come to understand that the elements that make up the universe are in them:
Yes.
rain, earth. So if we believe that, then we also know that we are gods as well.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely. We are what they say. We are the microcosm of the macrocosm. In other words, we are exactly like the universe. Okay, and when you look at all of the trillions and trillions of cells that operate individually, but together, just like the universe. Okay,
yes. So,
and so yes, so we are the microcosm of the macrocosm.
and the
And what's
reason,
your next question?
yes, the reason I'm asking you this is that the Piscean age comes about 2,200 years ago. Um,
Hmm.
the Bible and all of that was not written. That's a late written book. But
Right.
we talk about Hebrews and etc. It becomes clearer to me if we understand that um, we are the children that you're speaking of. But
Absolutely.
we didn't call ourselves Hebrews and so forth back then. We understood that we were one with the universe. So
We walked with God.
when you bring
Yes,
the Bible in, it confuses a lot of people. But if you say that when you say that we are the native people of this land, that's
yes,
understandable because Africans moved all over the earth, bringing their
absolutely.
civilization and their culture. So I just wanted you to speak about Kephas without
Yes.
Bible. We can do that another time, bringing in the Bible and everything, because we only got an hour today. And I wanted you to talk as much about Kephas as you can, so that people understand the rise of the Ethiopian king, and how that relates to us today, and what that energy gives us, in that we recognize that we are, as you say, the microcosm of the macrocosm, which means that we are like the drop of water taken from the ocean. We have all the elements of the ocean, but we're just a drop. We can't do much as a drop. But potentially, if we come together, we're the ocean, and we can give birth to whales and millions of all kind of species that exist in the ocean. So would you please continue? And thank you, Kelly,
Okay.
to understand.
Okay. Well, let me get up again so that I can point to
Yeah.
this. All
Yeah.
right.
You put those 6 in.
Now, as I said, this circle brings up the North Stars, okay? The one that we have in place now is the tail of the little bear. Here's a little bear right here. And the tail is right there, and it's a bright star that is now called, it's Polaris. And that is the star that guides all the ships, all the every movement on Earth. It cannot happen with actually having this one point right here. But what's happening now is that the pole is shifting, and we are seeing the rise of CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king. Okay?
Yeah.
So now CEPHEUS. Okay, how did I actually begin to look at that? I have to give you the information on how this white line, these three white lines came into being, and how I realized that CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king, is on the horizon. What made me look at that? Okay, and I know you remember because you sponsored us to come to New York so many times when we were showing the cosmic prophecies of San Francisco. And
Yes.
what this was these mysterious writings on the wall. It was like graffiti, and nobody would have paid attention to it had it not been for the fact that there were these big symbols that called our attention to it, and they were astrological symbols. The symbols. Well, I've been looking at astronomy and astrology since I was 18 years old, and so I said, what are these symbols here? And so we went up closer to it, and we realized there were all kinds of messages in there. And so one of the things, and so we started taking pictures, and there were so many messages that, I mean, it was like unbelievable what was going on. So we started taking pictures, and after a while, we realized that this was a prophetic message. And this is what started us moving around the country. And we actually went all over the country with this message. And from Seattle to Los Angeles to San Diego to San Antonio to Austin, Atlanta, New York, Washington, D.C., Chicago. I mean, we went all to Philadelphia, Boston. We went all over the country showing people. This was from 1995 to 1998. And what really caught our attention was this actual repetition of two numbers. I said, what is this? I mean, we couldn't figure it out. Why is this number 189, 104, 189, 104, 189? Why is it repeated all over this graffiti? And I must say, I must let you know that this prophecy went for about a mile and a half, and that was at the ocean in San Francisco.
Yeah.
But throughout that mile and a half, 104, 189 was repeated over and over. Okay? You have a question? You have a question?
No. Go ahead, please.
Okay. All right. And so we couldn't figure out what 104, 189 meant. And so one day, I always did my yoga at the beach before we left. We had to go back. We had to go to work. We would do this early in the morning. And so I was doing the sun salutations, taking your hand back all the way and looking up, and I said, so I saw the sky, and I said, well, let me go and look at the star map to see what is 104 on the star map. Pointed right to the dog star. Sirius. 189 pointed to the Great Mother, Virgo. And so, when you have 2 points, there's a third point. This is what they call the finger of God. Okay, and in the 60s, you remember all of this was going around and everybody was doing this finger of God thing. When we put that last one there, it went straight through the constellation of Cephus. And this, here it is, right here.
Yeah. Yes.
Here it is, right here, right there at the center of the pole star. Okay?
Yeah.
And so that's what made me start to look to see, okay, who is Cephus? What is it all about? And it's bringing in this new dispensation. All right, this new era, this new time when the original people of the earth will rise. And the demons that exist in the 3 city-states that rule the world will be flushed away. We don't have to worry about it. We run around here burning stuff up acting a fool. When Cephus, the Redeemer, now Cephus is the Redeemer now. When Cephus is about to clean the whole thing up. And it ain't nothing anybody can do about it, okay? Because you cannot stop the rise of the pole star.
Now, Kelly, I agree with you 100%, but that may cause a lot of people just saying, well, I don't have to do anything. Let me kind of, find a little way to relieve my stress of all this killing and stuff of Black folk that's going on around me. And Cephus will wipe them out sooner or later. But when you put together the understanding that you are the drop, the microcosm of the macrocosm, and that you are God, just a drop of God, but you are that energy. And though you are one drop, if you put millions of drops together, or even sometimes just thousands of drops, you have a lake, you have a river, and if you keep pulling the people together who understand what you're saying, you got the ocean, and then you have the power to do anything that, as long as it's within the concept of my art, balance and harmony and justice, we can bring about any condition on the earth that we want them, because we represent divine energy, and that energy
absolutely.
is, so I want you to speak on that so that our people know that they can't just sit down and wait. They have to activate the great spirit in us. And where that great spirit, how is it coming about? I mean, we know that the moon.
We are awakening. Hey, bruh, we are awakening. We are awakening. Okay? Now, oh, thank God for the internet. Oh, thank God for YouTube. Because we got some brilliant brothers and sisters who are out here exposing the truth. They are getting hold of all of that information that has been hidden from us about who we are. Okay? Now we got this thing, this movement called ADOS. At first, they started out African descendants of slaves. No, we're not. 1619 is a lie. Okay. Now, what came 1492 is when Columbus came and he brought the Moors. And they all came because the Moors are the ones who do the ships, and Columbus, in his own diary, said that he was coming to find Jerusalem. He was coming to the Holy Land. This book has been taken away from us, and the information about the pyramid cultures, the Hopewell cultures, the Mississippian, all the pyramids and sacred places, all in the Americas. You know,
Well,
uh,
I went with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima
yes.
down in Mexico, where
Hmm.
where they I don't know. I think there are as much as 16 of these huge black heads that
Yes.
represent
The Olmecs.
the Olmecs, and is dated that that Egyptians came here about 900 BC. But you were pointing out that black people have been here all the time. Talk about that.
Hey, look at here. They found some DNA from a brother in South Carolina that they can go back 250,000 years. So 9,000 years is just a drop in the bucket. Now, when you look at, the pyramids of the Americas, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of pyramids in America. Giza got 3 pyramids, and of course, there are a few others. And I just recently heard the Mauritania has some too.
Yeah,
But
that's
we have to remember that there are okay, let's see, I always mess that up. Teotihuacan, okay, outside of Mexico City. It's laid out just like the solar system, okay? And then every single pyramid points to Orion and Sirius in some one opening or another. They point to Orion and Sirius. Why? Orion is spoken of in the Bible. So why? Why are they telling us to look there? Now. Why is it that the message? Because this is where we came from. Okay, this is the source of the people who actually came here to, the original, actually inhabitants of this land here, on this earth. Okay, and there are a lot who talked, and in fact, remember I told you that there were 2 clues that I got at your house. One was you gave us that book, The 12th Planet, which of Zachariah Sitchin, and he uses Ivan Van Sertima's information without giving him credit. Okay, and I've seen that in a whole lot of books that Europeans write when they take our information and use it like it's theirs. Okay, no problem. Okay, because I want to address what you said about what our people have to do. Our people are waking up. There are thousands of us who are watching. There are 3 or 4 different YouTube channels that I want you all to begin to look at. One of them is Big Judah, and he's a Hebrew Israelite, and he's the one that I have the most respect for. And then there's Karimio Ohua. He is an outstanding historian. Okay, he's from Central America, but he grew up in the ghettos of Boston. And so he has both the languages. He's the one who goes to the libraries in Spain to get those original documents, like that book, Christopher Columbus's diary. He's the one who brought that out, and he can read Spanish and English. So he does the translation for us. That's Karimio Ohua. And then there is Dane Calloway, who has done so much work about exposing who we are as the Indians. We are Indians. We are the Indians. They hid us. And they told us that the Indians are the ones who came over from through the Bering Strait 12,000 years ago. But if the black folks got DNA that shows they've been here 250,000 years, what is 12,000? But see, you have to realize that Columbus and those Europeans wanted this, the Holy Land. They wanted the riches of this land. They wanted it for themselves. You see? So they came over here, lying, stealing, cheating, killing. You ain't never seen no killing like this. You know, I mean, don't you remember Dr. Clark used to talk about DaCosta? Was it DaCosta? Who went into Hispaniola or Haiti and killed 10 million people in 10 years? How do you do that? I mean, you know, how do you do that? And what kind of mindset is that? You know, but if you look at the police right now, they don't make no difference. They can kill you and keep going. Well, who are they?
Yes, you know? Who are they?
Oh, okay. Well, let me show you something. Okay. About 12,000 years, maybe 14, 15,000 years ago, the pole star was Draco. Okay? It's a dragon. All right?
Yeah.
And we have heard, and it's a huge constellation. I can trace it here, and it curls around, curls around, curls around. And this Theban, where is that star? Theban. Theban is the one that actually goes up to the center. All right? Well, you've heard about draconians, haven't you?
Yes.
You thought they were not real. Yeah. They are from the constellation of Draco. And when the Great Spirit said that they were going to destroy the earth because of the evil, it was because of the draconians who were here and undermining the great Atlantis. And so Atlantis sank. And according to the Emerald Tablets of Tahuti, or the Emerald Tablets of Thought, which people, let me see, Thought, you know, what is that Greek? And then Mercury is Roman, but Tahuti is ancient Egyptian. Now,
but we're talking about the same person.
Pardon me?
We're talking about the same entity.
The same person. They call it Hermes Trigistumus or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The three great Hermes or something like that. You know, Hermes Trigistumus, I think it's called, who has incarnated over and over. And if you read the Emerald Tablets, which is unbelievable information in there, very deep, you can't just read it 2 times or 10 times. You got to read it 1,000 times. And as you read it, you will really understand. But according to Thought, the Emerald or Tahuti or Hermes or Mercury, whatever you want to call it, you know, Atlantis was brought down because of the evil of those draconians who dwelled in the dark spaces and undermined. It sounds sort of like the demon, the devil, right?
Yes.
Well, they're the ones that were responsible for bringing down Atlantis. The aim was to destroy all of that evil, but they were not able to. Okay, so you have the story of the fallen angels being kicked out of heaven, and their leader, Satan. Okay, I don't want to get into that anymore because let me tell you, bro, this stuff go deep. All right, and I really, really don't want to start talking about that, but the draconians are still here. They're in the Vatican. They're in the City of London. and Washington, D.C. Those are the three great city-states that exist and rule the world right now. The Vatican through religion, and they're the ones that hid all our stuff. They came over here, they took all of the holy books, what they did not destroy, they hid. And they stole all the gold. I mean, we had golden temples all over North and South America. And then they had so little respect for sacred places that they destroyed the so-called mounds, okay? And we have a few there. Atlanta's in the middle of three of them. Atlanta's where I am right now, Atlanta, and it's in the middle of three mounds that have been preserved. And one of my good friends is a purebred Etowah of the Etowah Mounds, 100 miles from here. No, it's only 50 miles. But anyway, so here we are with these Dracos, and the Emerald Tablets of Tahuti talks about it, describes them. And they're in charge at the Vatican. They're in charge at the City of London, and the royal families who get all of your tax money. Your tax money does not build one road or one school. It goes all to the royal families in Europe. Okay? So forget about that tax stuff. All right? And then the military end of this the evil triangle is the Washington, D.C. The military, you see, they're trying to start World War III. Okay? Been in there I don't even want to go into that because, our people whose eyes are closed, they don't want to open. So many of us are waking up. But there are those who have taken a secret oath to white supremacy. They are the Black Masons and the Black secret societies who were put into place in 1904 to actually keep us down. And people are so proud to be a part of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The Alpha Omega Boule, AKA Delta, all of those, they were put in place to protect the 13 families, of the Illuminati in Europe.
Yes.
1904 was when the Boule was started. And that woman, who was one of Obama's right hand, her daddy was one of the original founders, this Rice girl. Her daddy was one of the original Boules, as was what's the brother's name? He finally went over to Ghana to write the book of after he messed us up over here. Du Bois. Okay.
Yes.
W.D. He was one of the founders of the Boule. And their job is to keep us dumb and stupid. Okay? And to mislead us and lead us over the hill. Like sheep, they lead us to the edge of the cliff and then they stand aside and, we go over. Do it all the time. And that was their job. And we have to wake up to that. And even if some are, and I know they're going to be mad at me, but the time has come to tell the truth. We cannot hide behind the lies anymore. Because, like you said, we have the responsibility to rise up. Our people are so afraid. They are just fearful. But of course, that fear has been drummed into us. Look at here how the police are running around here, killing us. I don't even want to see the beatings no more. I don't look at them. I listen. People tell me about it. I don't need to see it. I know how evil they are. They draconians. They're reptilians. You know, I know who they are, and they've been around for so long. I mean, a Tahuti or a Thoth or Hermes or Mercury, whichever one you want to call it. You know, been talking about them all the time. You know, so they know how to hide. Just like we all thought that the Vatican was good. Well, they built a tunnel from the Vatican in Italy all the way to Jerusalem, and they hid all our books and sacred objects from Africa and from America. What they didn't burn up with the Book of Alexandria, I mean the Library of Alexandria, they burned a whole bunch of stuff up there over there, and then they came over here and burned up all of the sacred books of the Aztecs and the Mayans, you know, the Olmecs, the Toltecs who preceded the Aztecs. You know, and so they've I mean, you know, trying, and then they saved a whole lot of it because, you know, from about the 11th century, you know, they were copying that information and hiding it because they didn't have this information. They didn't know this. You know, between what was that, the 2nd century or so, when the barbarians came through Europe and tore down Rome and all that kind of stuff, the Vandals, what they call them, the Huns, you know, the Vandals, the Anglos, the Saxons, those are all barbaric tribes. Okay?
When did they come? When did these tribes originate?
Well, they started coming through, I think around the 7th century. You know, they started making their way into Europe because they came out of the Caucasus Mountains.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
they lived in caves in the Caucasus Mountains. You know, Attila the Hun. You know, you hear about that. But and the third person I want to tell you about is Uriah Brandon. He's UBTV. He's traced all of these tribes. It's called UBTV on YouTube. UB News TV. That's UBNEWZ.TV. Honey, this brother done turned that stuff out, and he has done the work. So we got brothers who have turned that history inside out and told us the truth. But we so busy running around behind these secret societies that have been put into place to mislead us. And so many people proud to be a part of them. You know, oh, I'm a AKA, I'm a, you know, a Boule, I'm this and I'm, and you are destroying our people. You see, we got to get the enemies from within first, because without getting rid of them or realizing who they are, because see, they're going down with the Dracos. Because, okay, you know, I can talk so much, bro, but because I want to bring up stuff that people know or have seen. Remember how we had talked about the Matrix and everything? It's just too much, and I can't. You know, you told me I got an hour. I probably talked that much already. But
we got 5 minutes, Kelly.
Okay, and so here, so that you will know that CEPHEUS, the North Star, will change. But that doesn't mean that we have to take our head out of, we got to remove ourselves from the deception of the Piscean age, which is keeping us in place, keeping us all dumb and stupid and ignorant. And everybody in the world is laughing at us. They know who we are. We don't know who we are. because these secret societies that exist in our communities, they have taken the oath to white supremacy. Sorry, it's the truth. And so all I can say is that we have to take ourselves out of the matrix. And I'm giving you 3 or 4 different websites that you could go to. And these brothers been here for a while. I've been following them for years. Because you remember, I was a Pan-African. I still am a Pan-Africanist because these are our people. We are around the world. We are global. Okay? And we have to support each other globally. But nothing can happen until the 45, 50 million Negroes wake up, because we are the power for this movement here on earth. We have access to funds. We have access to information. We have access to everything that so many people around the world do not have. Okay? Mm-hmm. And so we are the ones who have to pull this thing out. We got to get our heads out of the matrix. And if you look at that final episode of the Matrix, that the trilogy, they ended up defeating the architect. You remember there was architect in the Oracle.
Yes.
And the Zion, the people who were opposed to the Matrix, they lived in Zion. Zion, isn't that familiar? And they defeated the Matrix. They defeated them with the help of the Oracle, which is a Black woman. Okay? You got to see that trilogy again. I saw it back in 1998, but I sure didn't understand it until I looked at it, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I said, okay. They defeated it. And of course, and I know a whole lot of y'all don't agree or are seeing things differently. That's because, those guys who are misleading you, and they put them up as your leaders, preachers and so forth, they are keeping you from actually being free. And see, we are about to move from the matrix. What did Donald Trump say? He gonna clean the swamp. We didn't understand what he meant. So what did we do? We helped to elect the swamp. And the swamp is going into World War III. Okay, so this shows you how stupid our behinds are. We got to get out of this matrix, and we got to stop following those oath keepers who they have appointed as our leaders. We don't appoint our leaders, and nobody gets voted on unless those 13 families over there decide that they're going to win. Okay? So the swamp has to be clean. And we are the only ones who can clean it, because we are here. But we got to wake up, because we following these Negroes. We got to wake up. Okay, I think my 5 minutes are up.
Kelly, I want to thank you. And part 2 for everybody is already up. You can go see part 2. And now we've done part 1. We did it yesterday, but somehow I didn't do something right. My engineer wasn't here. But now this is part 1, and part 2 is already up. So we're actually going to go and look at both of them. Callie, I'm looking to do a part 3 with you and we'll talk about what that would be and how we're going to set it up. But,
Okay.
but for today, I thank you. I thank you. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, it's my
But,
pleasure. Hey, it is my pleasure. I mean, I can be scared too, but I decided, hey, I'm in my 77th year. I ain't gonna sit around here on this knowledge and not share it. Why did the Great Spirit do it? Why did the Great Spirit show us the cosmic prophecies and show us that CEPHEUS was coming up? And that CEPHEUS, we got all the help we need. We just gotta wake up and get the hell out of this matrix.
thank you
Okay?
again. Yes.
Thank you. You're
All right.
welcome. And please excuse my foul language.
No, it's all right.
Okay. All right, I look forward to being with you again.
Thank
Okay?
you. All right. Kelly, we're ready for part two. It's
Okay, there is just so much to talk about because we've got to throw off the lies. Like I said, the European are telling their own European people that everything you learned in school was a lie. So we're going to have to come out of that lie. We're going to have to we have to eject ourselves from the matrix.
yeah,
Okay, we're in a matrix. We're living in an era, in a time capsule.
right. Yes.
And what we are seeing is not real. Now, Clemson, I need you to go back and watch The Matrix again
Yes.
because we have to remember. And to tell you the truth, I really didn't get it until this last time I saw it. I got it, especially the red pill and the blue pill and the truth and the lie, living the truth and living the lie. I got that part. But the ending is what I did not really understand until this time. You
Uh-huh.
know? Now, there was the architect of the Matrix who was a programmer. And that's why what was his name, Neo,
Yeah.
he was into programming and so forth, and he was a hacker and all of that. But he knew something was going on. He didn't know what it was. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't realize that the world that he lived in was not real. It was a fictitious place. The world really wasn't like that at all. And many Americans, if we've never left this place, if we've never left America, then we have a very false reality of what really is going on in the world. And if we have not read the history of different places or even listened, because even now you don't have to read, you can get audiobooks. But
Yeah.
of course, there are those, especially in academia, who want you to keep reading the same lies. And those same lies are being published even now because they want to keep you in the matrix.
Right.
But there were two main characters: the programmer, what they call him, the architect of the matrix, and
Mm-hmm.
then there was uh, the oracle. and to see the oracle was a Black woman, or, well,
she wrote the book, didn't she?
well, now we're talking about the truth of the sister who actually wrote she submitted the storyline to Warner Brothers, and they stole it from her. Her name was Sophia Stewart, and I find it very interesting that her real name was Sophia, the goddess of wisdom. Right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That was her name.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, most people don't realize that the storyline came from a Black woman, and she went to court and she won the case, but she hasn't been paid. It's just like reparations. They have no intention of paying until the Great Spirit intervenes.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing now, the intervention of the Great Spirit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so what I realized with the Matrix was that in the end, when Neo went to the source and was absorbed by the source, there was the meeting of the architect and the oracle, the Black woman, and the woman who, okay, let me explain why the two were had to be in existence. There's a positive and a negative pole for everything that exists in the universe. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You've got the positive and you've got the negative, And so, although the architect built this illusion called the Matrix, he could not have actualized it without it going through the process of birthing through a female. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's who the oracle was. Okay? Now, all energy has its time. Just like I said, Draco has been in existence and working this earth called the prison planet. All apologies to the guy who uses that phrase, online. But it was actualized by the oracle. And so in the last scene of that trilogy, she asks the oracle, because the battle between Zion, where the people were hanging out who were against the Matrix and fighting against the Matrix, those were the rebellious people, and they were living in Zion. What is Zion? That's our place. Okay?
Yeah.
Zion is in Utah. Goshen is in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So she's saying to the architect, well, are you going to let the people go now? The people who were captured in the Matrix. And he said something like, well, he would have to see, And so, in other words, there will be people who will want to stay in the Matrix because they don't want to deal with reality, or they don't want to take responsibility for themselves. And a lot of people are like that. Look, you tell me when I go to church, you tell me what Bible verse to read, you tell me what to eat, you tell me where not to go, you tell me what to believe, I'm good. Those are the people who want to take the blue pill and stay in the Matrix. You can't do anything about it. That's their choice.
Yes.
But there are those who are rebels, and they refuse to accept the Matrix. They will refuse to live in it. They refuse to believe the lies. Okay? They took the red pill. I took the red pill when I was 12. And it's interesting because I've had an interesting life because I took the red pill. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, what I wanted to get to go further, to show you these maps, and this is what woke Horace Butler up, was the maps. Okay, now I have these maps from 15 something. They were drawn by some of the explorers. Let me see if, well, I don't have my glasses on. But anyway, can you see it? Let me see.
Yeah. That's Africa.
Uh-huh. Okay, and the Oceanus Ethiopica, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, up at the top, you see the different ports that were being explored by basically the Moors. The Moors were the merchants. They were the ones who actually were the merchants of the sea at that time. And so what we see is the maps as they existed then. Now you see on both sides, they have shown the people and
Yes.
how the people dressed in different parts of Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see that? I'm
Yes.
going to have to take screenshots and learn how to put these screenshots up. But hey, I'm a long way from that right now. But I just wanted to show you this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is Africa. This is the one you're familiar with. This is the one we used to carry with us, remember? It was
Yes.
in black and white, but, developing a great big picture, in color at that time was just out of the question.
Right.
Okay? So you see how the people are depicted and in their traditional dress and in the areas where they lived, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me put this map down. This is the same cartographer or map maker who actually did North and South America. Okay, at the same time. Okay,
Yeah.
now what do you see that's so obviously missing?
Well, um,
The people.
oh yes.
Why are the people not there?
Mm. Okay.
Why aren't the people depicted?
Well, the people would have been black, the same as the people in Africa.
Exactly, they were what they call copper color people. Copper color, like you and me. We're
Yeah.
different colors of copper. We're not black. And besides, while I'm saying black, black has no standing in law, so we should never call ourselves a black. But we're not black. We're the copper color races that were found here by the Europeans when they came. So
Yeah.
why did they remove the pictures or the depictions of the people? Because they did not want us to know
Yes.
that we were here.
Right.
They want us to believe that we came over on some boat, which makes no sense. But I believed it at the time that I was told. Hey, you know what got us captivated was those Budweiser pictures
Kings and
of
queens.
the kings and queens of Africa. And at that time, because we had no idea who we were, we said, oh, good, we were kings and queens before. Okay?
Yes.
So we were happy because we had been told we wasn't nothing but niggas, that we never had anything, never did anything, never went in, we was just slaves. Okay?
Yes.
But we are the original indigenous people of this land. Now, I saw a copy, and I got to go and find it again. I thought I'd saved it on my computer, but I can't find it naturally. And so, and I've probably gone through 3 computers since I made the copy of it. But I did see the picture, the original drawing when the people were depicted on both sides, on this side and this side. You see, just like the other map, just like this map. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
People were there, just like on this map. I saw it, so I know it exists. But in order to keep us in the matrix and in the illusion of being brought over here on ships, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's another thing that I wanted to show you. If I can see, I'm seeing when I'm looking at it backwards. So I'm not sure where well, okay. Oh God. How am I going to show you? Not that side, this side. Okay, I'm close here. You see California over here
Yes.
on the map.
Uh-huh.
There is a division there, and they call it the Red Sea. On this map,
Yes.
the Red Sea.
Now, what year is that map?
It's 15 something. I'm trying to find it. I'll get you the exact date. Let me see, Michael. Hey, this is some small writing.
Okay.
Okay, reproduced by Hammond Incorporated in authentic colors from the original. Okay. They're not telling me, but I do know that Elmina is here on this map at the top here because it was a major port. Okay, let me see, which one is Elmina? Oh, here it is. Yeah, and I know you know that's right here. This was the port of Elmina right here. Okay? Oops.
Where exactly was Elmina located?
Elmina in Ghana.
Oh, okay. That's the slave dungeon.
You know Elmina.
Yeah,
You've
the
been there
slave
100
dungeon.
times.
Yeah, the slave dungeon.
Oh, well, so they say. Yeah, they call it St. George's Mina, Delamina, St. George's Delamina, and it's right on this map here. I'm still trying to find the year of publication, which I can't find on here now. But I think this was before 1619. This is like 15 something. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So, but I can't find it on here. Maybe if I did a little digging, courtesy of New York Public Library, reproduced by Hammond. Okay. So, in other words, California was an island, and the sea between California and Utah was called the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
And the Holy Land was Utah.
Is
okay?
Is that sea there today?
What?
Is that sea there today? The
What
Red
they did was that what did they call it? The Corps of Engineers, the Army Corps of Engineers. What
Yeah.
they did was to run a canal down the middle of California, coming from the mountains of the Sierra Nevada mountains, all the way down to, what's the name of that? what's the name of that power plant down there near? Well, anyway, the water. They brought it through the desert of California. California is a desert, but that's where they grow the food now because of the water that they channeled from the Red Sea, and brought the water down from the mountains of the Sierra Mountains, all the way down to the Hoover Dam. I think that's the name of the dam now that powers the electricity in the western states. Okay?
Yeah.
So, in other words, they covered it up. They covered up the Red Sea.
Wow.
Just recently, uh, I saw a video, a very short video of a guy who said that the Tennessee Valley Authority, who made a whole bunch of lakes up there, the Chattahoochee River, up there, Tennessee area, that was all about covering Cherokee artifacts and Cherokee sacred places. I saw that just the last 2 or 3 months. The guy was showing this. But
Yes. Hello.
and pardon me, yeah, there was an interruption, a little glitch.
Yes.
Uh-huh. And so there were about 10,000, if not, I've heard more than 10,000 pyramids and mounds, which were pyramids here in the U.S., especially along the Mississippi River, which they actually called the Nile. Okay?
Yes.
Now, all of this is in old maps. I'm not making anything up. And it's also in books, some of those books that were hidden in the Vatican.
Ah.
Okay? So,
Yeah.
and there are brothers who are online right now teaching it. And the History Channel has had to come forth to try to correct some of the lies they put out there. They got a new series. I was listening to one of them last night. They call it America Unearthed.
Uh-huh.
Because they have found so many Hebrew artifacts here in the Americas. As a matter of fact, the language of the people of the Eastern, the United States, which is a copper-colored people like us, the language that they spoke was Paleo-Hebrew, very, very much like Hebrew, but the old form of Hebrew. They call it Paleo-Hebrew. Okay?
Yes.
And that language was Algonquin. And it was spoken by the people from, it's sort of like, in East Africa, they have a common language. What do they call it? That language that most of the people of East Africa speak, Swahili.
Yeah.
Well, Algonquin was a common language of the tribes of Indians, so-called Indians, from Newfoundland all the way down to Peru.
Yes.
It was a common language, Algonquin. Okay? Now, here's another thing that woke me up. When I grew up in my hometown in North Carolina, there was a place called the Algonquin Clubhouse. Well, I didn't know anything about Indians. My mama told me that she had a cousin who was an Indian. She never said she was an Indian. Okay, because she went to the first, she was a student in, I think it was the first state-sponsored Indian school in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And it is down there in Robeson County, North Carolina. That's where my mama and the people are from, Cohari, Little Cohari, North Carolina, the Hokokohari Indians.
Yes.
All right. Well, anyway, yeah, that's the school she went to. Now, she never told me that she was an Indian. But she told me never forget the name of her cousin who was an Indian. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, getting back to the lie about Columbus, he was coming to the Holy Land, yes, and his diary states it very clearly that he was coming looking for the Holy Land. Okay? He
Yes.
wasn't coming to any place called India. There was no place called India. Okay?
Right.
India was created, it was called Hindustan, like Pakistan, Turkestan, Kazakhstan. India was called Hindustan. India got the name India when it became a corporation under the United Nations in 1947, just like Israel. The place called Israel, but we know that Israel is a people, not a place. Okay? And so I just wanted to correct that, and to show you that on these old maps. And
Mm-hmm.
so this is what Horace Butler saw, and that's how he started his journey. But
Okay.
as a child growing up with the Algonquin Clubhouse, now let me tell you what they did. This was a group of our own people. I didn't know Algonquin was Indian, but they had built the hospital. We had our own hospital. We had a recreation center where the children went to kindergarten, and the teenagers had a dance every Friday and Saturday night. They had ping pong, different kind of games for the children to come after school and play. And then they had a tennis court, where Arthur Ashe actually played tennis with my nephew.
Wow.
Okay, this
Yeah.
was all built by the Algonquins,
Yeah.
this Algonquin clubhouse. And I didn't know what Algonquin was at that one time. In fact, it was a Moorish brother. When I mentioned to him about the Algonquin clubhouse one time, he says, don't you know that the Algonquins was like the language of the indigenous people here? I said, no, I didn't know that. So there you are. These little clues come to you. And then, like me, hey, I got to go find out. I'm not going to sit there wondering and not go and look. And that's the way I've been all my life. Like I said, I took the blue pill. I'm sorry, I took the red pill when I was 12. And half the stuff they were trying to tell me then, I didn't believe. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. And so we see on this map
Mm-hmm.
that the Red Sea was between California and Utah.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
Moab, where's Moab? In Utah. Okay, and there are a couple, and I really want you to write this down and put it at the end. A couple of brothers who are really into putting this information out.
Yes.
Okay, and they are on YouTube, and they've been run off of YouTube, and they had to go to Patreon and all kinds of other, because people don't want to see. There are certain people who don't want the truth to be known, and generally they are the ones who run the whole show. They call themselves, they worship the black sun. Now, I didn't get into all of this stuff about the star Sirius and what the Dogon people taught us about the star Sirius, how the pyramids are lined up along the Orion belt is the same, how Teotihuacan down in Mexico is laid out like our solar system. These are our people. This is what we did. Okay? This
Yep.
is what we did. And see, when you go to these listen to like History Channel and say, oh, it's a mystery, they don't know where these people came from. Now here we talking about Mexico, and they got heads that are standing 20 feet tall, great big old giant heads of old black folk.
Yeah, I know.
And then they say they don't know where all that came from. Now, if these were other people, if see, well, the Mayan, hey, and the Aztec, you know, they were all copper-colored people. When the Europeans came and changed their color, now some of these Mexicans are coming in here as Caucasians to rev up the numbers of the Caucasians in this country, you know. So these are facts. Now, last night I was watching, let me see, the History Channel, America Unveiled. And what, it was on YouTube. They were talking about the Hebrew artifacts that were found here. And they're in Ohio, where there are so many artifacts, you know. There was one that was called Decalogue. The Decalogue, found in Newark, Ohio.
Yeah.
And it is in a little box with the writing of, I see my grandchildren coming here. They don't know I'm on it. Let me, the writing on it was the 10 Commandments. Okay, and Moshe, I think I'm going to have to let them in because their mama just left them here.
Okay.
Can you, they're at the door. Can you hold for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, sorry about that. Hey, what can I say? Hi, baby. I'm recording. Come in. Oh, come on in. No, we're not be quiet. All right, then. You can. Oh, where's your mom? She wants to go get her hair tightened. Oh, okay. Y'all okay.
I didn't bring my tablet.
Okay, that wasn't long.
No, that's okay. Okay, keep going.
Okay, I lost my track. I was talking about the Decalogue from Newark, Delaware.
Yeah.
It's like a little box. No, it's kind of arch shape. And maybe it's about 10, 15 inches tall and is carved in stone. And the 10 Commandments is written in Paleo Hebrew around this. This was found here in America, okay? And they're unearthing so much Hebrew information here. Why? Because the lost tribes of Israel are here. They call them the copper-colored people who were found here by the Europeans. In other words, we're at home. This is our land.
Right.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much history that now the what do they call it? America Unearthed. This is a History Channel trying to still take things back to over there that belong here. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. So, I mean, you know, there's no end to it, but the Great Spirit is coming in the name of CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king. And when that final shift comes into place, we will have a new pole star, and that will be CEPHEUS, and it will indicate that the time for the draconians and the bears, what is it, the Northern European, like Russia is depicted as a bear
Yeah.
because we're in the age of the bear, okay? And the Chinese are indicated as draconians, so the Dracos, right? The dragon. Have you ever seen? I'm sure you have. You're in New York. You've seen the Chinese New Year parade, right?
The Chase New Year?
Chinese New Year parade.
Oh, yes.
You
Yes.
know the
Yes.
dragon that comes at the end?
Yes.
Well, at the San Francisco, they always had this, it was about 50-foot dragon with a lot of people underneath it, performing toward the end of the Chinese New Year parade.
Oh.
Well, this is an indicative of the dragon of the Draco constellation, which was about 6,000 BC, 6 or 8,000 BC. That was the pole star,
Oh.
and you know that, as I said, in the Emerald Tablets of Thought, they say that it was because of the draconians at that time, who had taken up living here on Earth and had become so evil. That's the reason why the Atlantis was sunk, to get rid of the people. Okay, there's so much to say. I really, really don't know where to go from here. I could elaborate some more on, the fact that the sacred spaces and the sacred places here all over the world are lined up with the stars in the sky.
Oh, okay. I believe that.
They all
Yeah.
are. They're lined up
Yeah.
with the stars. And this is what our people knew. Just like Sirius. Now, I didn't go into this because that's a whole nother thing. But I do want to at least point it out. While we're here, let me turn this light out again so that you can see the map behind me better.
Okay.
See, you can see the map much better.
Yes. Yes.
All right. You see these lines here?
Uh-huh.
Okay. How did that come about? Remember when we were making all those journeys to New York and had all those shows at the Victoria 5 on 125th Street?
Yes.
Uh-huh. We were talking about the Dogon,
Right.
remember? And the
Yes.
star Sirius. Okay?
Right.
Well, this goes back to something, and we were showing you graffiti that was on the wall in San Francisco.
I
Remember?
remember that.
The
Yeah.
Cosmic Prophecies of San Francisco. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, there were numbers in this graffiti. I mean, I've got about 200 slides. I sent you a copy, I believe.
I
I
got
think I sent you a copy of the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Where I had taken about 200 slides and put them down to about, I think it's about 60 slides now that tell the story of what's happening today.
Yes.
Now, this cosmic prophecy started in 1995, and we started taking pictures that look like graffiti on the wall.
Right. I
The
remember.
Great Wave Wall at the beach, the ocean beach at the Pacific Ocean in San Francisco, California.
Right.
Okay? Well, anyway, there were these numbers that repeated everywhere on the wall, everywhere. 184, 104, 189, 104, 189. It was everywhere. 104, 189. And we could not figure out what 104, 189 meant. And then one day, because we did our exercise, we would leave before we went to work. We would go walk on the beach. It was about a 5-mile walk there and back to the that famous restaurant there that juts out into the ocean at San Francisco Beach. It was about 2.5 miles from where we started and 2.5 miles back. But on the wall, we began to take pictures of what appeared to be graffiti, and these numbers 104, 189 were repeated so many times we knew it had to have some significance. And so on leaving the beach, I would always do the sun salutation. In yoga, and that 12th move is you go back like this.
Yes.
And I looked, I said, the sky, 360 degrees. Okay, let me go and look at my map. That's how we figured what 104, 189 was. So 104 points directly to the star Sirius. You see this great big star here?
Yeah.
It's the brightest star in the sky.
Right.
Sirius. And then 189 actually pointed to Virgo, the Virgin. Okay? And so the midpoint, I grew up in the 60s, where this, what they call the finger of God. So I said, there's a midpoint here. And this is the midpoint right here between 104 and 189. And it goes straight through CEPHEUS.
Wow.
The Ethiopian king. Here's CEPHEUS right here. The constellation of CEPHEUS right here goes right straight through this star. So, the Dogon had the information on the star Sirius. And the star that cannot be seen, what they call it, Sirius A, B, or Sirius C. I mean, Sirius A, Sirius B, and Sirius C. And I think Sirius C was, well, I got my own opinion, but I don't know this for a fact. But the way that the Dogon talked about it, you can't see it. But I personally believe that Sirius C is our sun. You see, because stars are born and they die. But before they die, they become a red giant. Okay?
Yes.
And right now, we have a red giant. I saw this yesterday on the internet, that this particular star in the constellation of Orion, you see it's red here?
Yeah.
They are expecting it to explode. See, when it explodes, because it becomes so big and so much heat in it, then it becomes a black hole or a black sun. Okay?
Yep.
And so this is my belief, is that, and since we are our constellation, no, our solar system is supposed to be very close to Betelgeuse, which is that bright red star on the shoulder of Orion. That, and Orion is mentioned several times in the Bible. You know that, don't you? Look it up.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Okay.
They make a lot of reference to Orion. Now, maybe some of the newer Bibles don't because they don't want you to know anything, you know. But Beetlejuice in the shoulder of Orion is about to go into what they call a black hole. We don't know when that's going to happen either. But we do know that, or it has been told to us, that our solar system is somewhere in between Sirius and Orion. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
And the fact that the cosmic prophecies of San Francisco actually pointed all this out in 1995 to tell us about what was going on and what would happen. Hey, it was a prophecy. And I think I said that to you, and sometime perhaps we can go over that, and if I can figure out how to make the images larger than what we can see on the screen,
Okay.
you know, because this is how, remember the great big screens we used to show it on?
Oh, yeah.
It was so exciting. Remember?
Yeah.
Back in the day when we were coming to New York.
We had a projection unit at that
Huh?
time. We had a projection unit that we
Yes, we had a projection. Well, I have a great big screen here, but I don't have a projection, and I don't know how I would do it because I don't know where the space would, I don't know. Well, anyway, if I can figure out a way and find a place where we can set that up sometime, I'd love to go through that and show the cosmic prophecies, because it was a book at your house. As a matter of fact, two of the greatest clues that we ever got as to what was going on in on the cosmic prophecies, we got at your house.
Really?
Yes. Remember you gave us the book, The 12th Planet?
Yeah.
Zachariah Sichen?
Yeah.
It talked about the Anunnaki.
Right.
And the creation of the Lulu Amello.
I remember.
Well, look here. On the wall, they talked about the creation of the Lulu Amello, 666.
Mm-hmm.
On that wall in San Francisco from 1995 to 1998. And it was 1988 when we moved to San Francisco. They painted the whole wall over, and now the sand has covered the wall because the ocean is rising. Okay.
Wow.
And then another clue that I got, because you remember the kind of round thing with people dancing, and we called it the Sagui ceremony, the Sarigi dance.
Yes.
Do you know that how we figured out what it was?
No.
Because I was down in your basement one time when this video was going about the Dogon.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that symbol was written on the foreheads of the women. And it was the same symbol that was on the wall at the cosmic prophecies. Isn't that something?
That's amazing.
Isn't it amazing? But see, we didn't know any of this when the images came up. We didn't know that. But it was a teaching process. The book would come to show us something would happen. We see a video, somebody would bring something to us to validate what was on the wall.
Right.
So the whole story is unfolding in front of us right now.
Right.
That's how prophetic it was.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about 95 to 2020 is 22 years.
Yeah, that's true.
You see? And so it was a prophecy. And one day I want us to go over that and we could do that, okay?
Well, sounds great.
Well, anyway, if you have any questions that you want, some burning questions that you'd like to ask me, I will answer as best I can.
Well, I do. Uh, but I would rather do a part 3 to give us the time that we would need to do this. What I'm looking at is how the truth that go all the way back to ancient Africans writing the basically their the way they saw the world and understood the world, and
Uh-huh.
putting it down um, in the 7 principles that we
Right, right.
understand how things operate in the universe. You had mentioned it
Mm-hmm.
earlier, opposites and so forth. But these truths, um, fragments of these truths, you will find in the Bible, in the Quran,
Right.
and so forth. So the truth is still the truth, but it's presented to us in someone else's culture, image, and narrative for the
Mm-hmm.
most part. But yet the truth is still there. So I wanted to look at how that transition from the African understanding of the universe has remained alive, but is now in places like the Bible and so forth. How do we understand that transition so we can see how the Europeans um, changed it to their own image and so forth? So I wanted to do a piece on that, um, but I don't have enough time for you to really stretch out. So I want you to think about it, and then let's do a part 3 on it.
Okay. We can do that.
All right.
Okay.
And I will.
Now remember, and this is another thing that Horace Butler brought out in his book When Rocks Cry Out.
Mm-hmm.
That, and they have covered a lot of thing in this America Unearthed. Do you know this new history channel series
Well, I didn't.
about how, well, the Ark of the Covenant is supposed to be here in America. We have Machu Picchu, which of course is the city of David, Palenque, which is where Solomon's temple is, that's in southern Mexico, and we have the Grand Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
And the Grand Canyon
Mm-hmm.
is full of Egyptian artifacts, which they
Mm-hmm.
have hidden since this turn of the century.
Mm-hmm.
Hidden it. In fact, the Smithsonian is the biggest liar that there is. And the University of Chicago, where what is they call it, archaeology, where they have actually hidden the archaeology of America. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
it's hidden.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, all right.
so there is so much. Like I said, in the Emerald Tablets of Thought, when Atlantis sunk, which of course, the story of Noah, and in the 12th planet, they talk about Noah was the son of Enki, who was Ptah, you know. They went over from Atlantis and went to Egypt or Africa, what they call Ethiopia at that time. Okay?
All right. Okay, Kelly, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to thank you so much for your time and sharing with us all of this great information. And I look forward to part 3.
I'd be very, very happy. I can talk. In fact,
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I am so glad to be with you this morning. And we have a great sister, herbalist, writer, and teacher who is going to be teaching us this morning more about CEPHEUS. We talked with her a couple weeks ago on the star system, CEPHEUS, or at least the zodiac. Um, this is Cady Secrum. She is a astrologist, and she is going to fill us in on information that would help us to understand that this is the rise of the black man. This is the time of the black man, and nothing and nobody can stop this rise. It's the same as a sap leaving the roots of the tree, and the tree blossoms and bear fruit. It's our time. Kelly, tell us about it.
okay, thank you so much for inviting me to come again. It is certainly my pleasure to always be amongst those who my kith and kin, my friends,
Yeah,
those who will give me a chance no matter what. Okay, I
yeah.
am very, very pleased to be amongst you to continue to discuss the rise of the Ethiopian king, Cephus. Cephus. You know, in the first two documents, of all things, somebody, let me turn that off, this phone.
Also, if you would
Um,
spell Kephas for us, in case people want to look it up themselves.
sorry about that. I thought that I had turned this off and it wasn't off. Cephus is spelled Cepheus. So I
Okay.
think maybe we should start over again since we're not live. What do
Okay.
you think? Because I
No,
need to
it's
turn
fine.
this, I
It's
need to turn this
we
off,
can,
huh?
we'll start from here. We'll just edit
Okay.
down and start from here. So we'll start over.
Okay. Let me turn this completely off. All
Okay.
right.
Hmm.
Because I don't want this disturbance. All right. Okay. Now, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very pleased and I'm very happy to be amongst my kith and kin again to discuss even further the rise of the Ethiopian king, the rise of the new pole star, the rise of the new North Star. Now, this North Star has been traditionally called Cephas, the Ethiopian king. Some people call him Cephas, and there are many pronunciations for the name, but it is one of the zodiac signs that revolves around the North Pole. Now, you know that I have given you in part one and part two, I have used the astrological chart behind me or astronomical chart behind me to point to you where all of these zodiac signs are and how they actually appear, and how they move because we we must understand that our ancient ancestors realized the only real clock that there was the stars. The stars you can depend on. And of course, a lot of people don't know that our what we call the sun is a star. And we are a planet. We just revolve around the star, which we call the sun. Okay, so this is true of just about all of the major stars in our universe actually have planets that revolve around them, and there are entities that inhabit those planets. For us to be so silly as to think that we're the only living things in this whole grand universe is just ridiculous. But there is that thought out there that we're the only ones. Well, that's pretty egocentric too, to think that here we are in a massive, massive universe with billions and trillions of miles between one place and the other. And we think that we're the only ones that are living conscious entities in this whole thing. No, we're not. So our ancestors from so many, many, many thousands and thousands of years ago, they knew that the only true clock was the stars.
Shannon, can I ask you the significance of that North Star and how everything is guided by it?
Yes. Now, all of you get in your car. We've gotten so lazy we don't learn the names of streets anymore. We just put our GPS on. Well, the GPS would not function without the North Star. And this is true of every mode of transportation. A plane cannot fly without having that one point, the North Star. You know, a boat cannot sail without having that point, the North Star. You see, you have to have one point of reference in order to find east, west, north, and south, you know, and every direction in between. So it was really interesting. A friend of mine said to me, "Oh, you know what? I always wondered how the boats would get on that water and be able to find their way. It's the North Star." You see, so time has always been measured by the North Star. Okay? And so the significance of the North Star means that it's the most important point on our globe, isn't it?
Yes, Harriet
Yeah,
Tubman. Harriet Tubman used the North
it's the
Star.
most important point. And most of us know about the North Star because it was that point or that star that guided Harriet Tubman when she was taking our people, the Underground Railroad, and leading them out of so-called slavery. You know, so we were aware of it at all times. And you know, I since I began to investigate CEPHEUS a little deeper, and I told you this just before that second interview that we did, I said I ran across some information that I had not known about CEPHEUS, and I hadn't had time to actually go into it and to really, really get into it, you know. So since that time, I think it's been more than a week since the last time that we spoke, or the last interview that we did. It's been a little more than a week. So I've had a chance to actually go into it and find out more about CEPHEUS. CEPHEUS is much older than we or I thought, as far as his significance and how he has played such a vital role in all of the cultures. As I said before, the Chaldeans, who were our ancestors as well, you know, they knew about CEPHEUS, like 3100 BC, you know, and it was, there were megaliths that were devoted to CEPHEUS in the British Isles, in Scotland. And you know, our people were in Scotland too. They were, you remember Idi Amin, the last king of Scotland?
Yes.
And even when that movie came out, I didn't understand what it meant, because at that time, I did not know our people were the original people of the British Isles. You see, so when you are open, you can grow. You know, and I all praises to the Great Spirit. I've always been an open person and always willing to learn something new. And so now, in really looking at the significance of CEPHEUS, I mean, hey, this is world changing. Okay. And especially for our people. And we have to get the message out. I was speaking to someone, it might have been you yesterday. I was talking about, if we could only get the information that I have been giving and will continue to give about CEPHEUS, the significance of that North Star, the significance of CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king, rising to that point. If we could get that message to our children, who are so much in the matrix of bullshit, so much in the matrix of things that are insignificant, you know, caught up in silliness, caught up on that cell phone, in all of these social media platforms. If we could only get them to look at what's really happening. What is that CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king, the Redeemer, is on the way. And when CEPHEUS rises to the top, to the pole star, where all things on earth will be guided by that great king of Ethiopia, if we could only get our young people, and there has to be a way to get to them through that, to into that platform that they are so hooked into. And so whoever is out there who can do cartoons, who can do, you know, stuff like me and Minister Brown can't do on the computer, you know, and is willing to actually put something together to try to get to our children. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. So here is, I think that I should give some basics about the movements of our planets, even though I went through it very well in parts 1 and parts 2. Anyone who did not see either of those, then I just want to briefly go through it. Okay? Can we do that, Brian?
Of course we can.
Okay.
Now, if you before you do that,
Uh-huh.
when you talk about the rise of a Messiah, can you explain that? That's not an individual necessarily. Explain what you mean by the rise of the Messiah.
Oh, okay. We thought that we were not aware of the changes in the sky that put us in a lockdown last year. We were not aware of the significance of the movement of the planets and what it meant on this planet. You know, there are 2 planets, Jupiter and Saturn, who basically meet up every 20 years. But generally, that 20-year cycle has very little significance. But back in 7 BC, 7 BC, before so-called birth of Christ, Jupiter and Saturn made triple conjunctions in the sign of Pisces. And that was the star, the so-called star, but actually it was two planets. But because of the size and the brightness of the two planets, when they were close together, it looked like a star. You can see them in the night sky, especially Jupiter. Jupiter is very, very easy to spot, because it's big and it's bright and so forth. But when Saturn and Jupiter get together, and when they got together in 7 BC, they had a triple conjunction. And this triple conjunction was called the Star of Bethlehem. And it brought in the sign of Pisces, which is a two fish, it brought in the Messiah, or what our people call Jesus the Christ, or just the Christ, Emmanuel, Yahweh, whatever name you want to call him, but he was the Messiah. Okay? So that significance of Jupiter-Saturn conjunction that lasted so long and actually was so bright in the sky that the three wise men were actually able to follow the star because it stayed in the sky so long and so bright. And they were able to pinpoint where the birth of Jesus was going to happen. Now, when I told you the last time I had run across some information that I was not aware of, I was not aware of that. That the Messiah had come in under the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. Now, in 2018, December 29th was the first conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in Capricorn. Then the second conjunction was October 18th, 2019, the second conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in Capricorn. And then on March, what was it? March, I think it was mid-March, March 20th, 2020, when the lockdown came.
Yes.
Then Jupiter and Saturn were also conjunct in Capricorn. But it was more than Jupiter and Saturn. Can you see this? Oh no, it's white.
You can see. Yeah.
Okay, you can't see it. It was not only Jupiter and Saturn. It was Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, you see, and Mercury, all conjunct in Capricorn. Capricorn represents structure. It represents the system. It represents that which confines us. That is the law, the systems which define the structure under which we live. And to have all of those planets together in Capricorn, especially Jupiter and Jupiter and Pluto, especially because Pluto represents the death of one system and the birth of a new one. So when Jupiter and Saturn conjuncted in Mars, with Mars and Pluto in Capricorn on March 20th, March 19th, 20th, last year, they shut the whole world down. Why? Because they had to change the system. The system is so corrupt. And we can attest to that. The system is so corrupt. We are worried about our own children going out of the house because we don't know if they're going to come back or not. But what is the significance of the Great Spirit bringing forth CEPHEUS, the Ethiopian king? It is the Messiah that is rising. The Messiah that what is it, J. Edgar Hoover was so afraid of. Right. That the system is so afraid of. They are so afraid of the rise of the new Messiah coming out of the Hebrew community of America, and we are the lost tribes of Judah. Okay, let's get that straight right now. Israel is a people. Israel is not a place. Let's get that straight right now. Our identity has been hijacked. And I know that the sister with the feather understands what I'm saying. So what they have been so afraid of was the Messiah coming forth. They knew that CEPHEUS was rising. They knew that the whole thing was coming because they use our information. See, in the age of Pisces, we had false religions. We had false gods. When the Messiah was born, we know he ran, they just took him into Egypt. Okay? Why? To hide. Now, if he wasn't a black man, he couldn't hide in Egypt. Okay? You know, so he had to run from Herod because Herod, the king, the Roman king, Herod was executing all young black children, all of the Hebrew babies born, to prevent the rise of the Messiah. And so what we are seeing today is the same thing. And they knew because they use astrology. They do not make a move without looking at the stars. But they told us with this false religion that they gave us, they told us that it was evil. We shouldn't look there. You know, oh, it's wicked. You can't use that. Everybody in the world uses the stars, so it's wicked. So this is what is happening to our community now. It's Herod the King, which is the Roman Empire, which realized that it was the end of its time. It had the Piscean Age, and that's gone. That's over. But they want to hold on to power because they don't know what to do without power. And they have to continue to repress and suppress us, the children of the Great Spirit, the original people on this planet, those who have invented just about everything here. Remember yesterday we were talking, Clemson, and I said, oh, there was a sister who invented the laser beam. And she's the head of one of the highest tech colleges in this country. Well, see, they need us to keep working for them because we got the brain. But they only need a few of us now. They have destroyed so many of us. I mean, our people are so destroyed. Because first of all, our identity was taken. Then they gave us a false identity, which we bought into it. I bought into it. I bought into it. You know, that false identity being an African American. No, we're not African American. We are Americans, according to,
Explain that. Explain it.
okay, we are the only Americans. Okay, Webster's Dictionary, 1828, said that who's identified an American as the copper colored people who were found here by Columbus when he came to this nation. But that American has been reassigned to the Europeans who came over. And we have been given a false identity as African Americans. Now, I went through this before and I don't want to repeat myself. But the fact that, you know, they wooed us with these kings and queens, Budweiser beer, you know, that's a Bush company, you know, Budweiser, they wooed us into this false identity of being African. Now, we're all kin. All the folks on the earth were black at one time, or should I say brown, the different shades of brown. So we're all kin. We're all the sons of so-called Noah. All right? But we have always been in North and South America. And as I had stated before, there is a living man in South Carolina where they were able to trace his DNA back 230-something thousand years. That's how long we've been here on this planet, in the North and South American continent. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So there have been so many things that have happened throughout this time,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and the reason why we have been so under pressure, well, first of all, they needed our skills. They needed our help. They needed our brains. They needed our creativity. They needed us. And it was the Indians who were enslaved here. Very few Africans were brought here. Most of the Africans who were brought here went to Brazil.
Yes, true.
And even, what is it, the 1619 story is a lie, because they didn't even come from Africa. They came from the islands. And it's been proven. But we have so many people who work against us and work for the Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire, of course, is still in power. It's headed by the Roman Catholic Church. And all churches are under the Roman Catholic Church. And I know that everybody in the Baptist church is going to get mad at me for saying that, but it's true. All churches are under the Roman Church. And they just allow different divisions because they just couldn't handle it. You know, everybody's protesting, you know, the Protestants.
Yes.
Okay, people didn't want to be a part of that Roman Church. So they have different aspects of it. That's all. And I know all these Negroes took the bag, they took the money. With the faith-based initiative, they took the money to be quiet and not talk about who we truly are, and probably most of them don't know, you know, because they were indoctrinated into the lie. The schools are all lies. You know, there was a very popular book some years back. It says, "The lies my teacher told me." Well, that's what the Roman education is. It's a lie, all of it. Because those evil spirits that took over, and we talked about it earlier, You know, the evil spirits that brought Atlantis down, they have been hiding all the time and waiting to take over. And they took over during the Piscean Age and entrapped everybody in the big lie. Well, March 2020, the system shut down in order to remove that lie, the Roman Empire. And as I have mentioned before, you know, the Roman Empire consists of the Catholic Church, the City of London, which is the financial and money, and then Washington, D.C. You know, these are all city-states. They're independent countries on their own. You know, Vatican is an independent country. You know, the City of London is inside of the City of London, but it is an independent country. And the United States, Washington, D.C., is inside of the United States, but it's an independent country, got its own flag. Check me out. Okay? Now, the Washington, D.C. is the military aspect of the Roman Empire. And they enforce the rules of Rome. But see, it's so corrupt. It's all so corrupt. It's got to go. And the time came. They had to shut it down.
Now, who
go
shut
ahead.
it down? Kelly, who shut it down? Now, if America is the greatest power militarily, who could shut it down?
You know, answering that question correctly will get me in trouble, because they have muzzled everybody in this country. What do you think those masks are? They're muzzles. You don't even talk to the person standing in the line at the store anymore. You know, you don't, and you're 6 feet away. Now, the two powers at the top are fighting each other for power. Now, I know who shut it down and why. And in telling the truth in an open public forum will get me in big trouble. I wish I could answer, but they just put a law in place a few days ago saying that two Negroes got up and defended the law, saying that the United States is not a racist country. Kamala Harris, who she is, I don't know who she is. She ain't black. She ain't our black. And this Negro from, where is he from? I think he's from Michigan. And he talked for the Republicans and said, "Oh no, America's not racist." Well, why are all of our people being killed, shot like an animal and laid in the street like that? Why is it that I can't get a loan on my house at a good rate? Why is it that the interest rate in my zip code is 10% higher than in the zip code up the road? Why is it that the food in my community is substandard? If I got a shopping center, or if I got even a food store, you know, they got them little convenient stores there to sell gas, and some of them sell gas, and then have the worst food, the absolute, and no fruits and vegetables. And if they got meat, honey, you better not eat it. You know, so Why is it that it's now against the law to say anything about the Americas that are racist? It's against the law. Check me out. I keep up with stuff. So even though I know who and how and why there was this shutdown, the two should I say, the dragon and the and the eagle and the dragon are fighting. Okay, they're fighting for supremacy on this earth, and the eagle is winning out a little bit, but the dragon ain't gonna give up. So here we are, unable to even speak truth. Now, there's so much that I never even got up to show everybody the movement of the planets and the stars and why there's that finger of God up there showing us CEPHEUS rising.
Please.
And I know it's probably time. I don't know. I saw you looking at the clock.
No, Callie.
Uh-huh.
We have as much time as we need to explain everything to the people. So would you please do the chart and everything else?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because if necessary, we could make it part 4.
Yes, absolutely.
But I'm not afraid, on one hand, to name the powers that shut this world down. And the history, I know it. But honey, folk gonna be all over me. And I got grandchildren. I got children. Now, if we can find some private spaces to discuss the truth, I'd be happy to do it. But I'm not going to get in a public forum and tell you what the Roman Empire is doing in its death throes. And it is the death throes of the Roman Empire. And see, it's time for us to rise because we have the stars with us. And the only power on earth to change anything is the stars. There's nothing else. We are the manifestation of the stars, and we have the power. We individually have the power to change everything. And that's what the Roman Empire is scared of. They're scared of it because we have always had the power. We have invented everything in this country. Not only did we not get, we didn't get the credit for it. They stole that. Even our identity as Indians, stolen. Do you know who's called an Indian now? Them folk that paid $5 to the Dawes Rolls to become Indians. And they came out and they were vagabonds from Europe who were brought over here. They paid $5 and they living on the reservations out there in Missouri, sopping up our money. That's a fact. There is nothing that has come from my mouth that's a lie. And you can check everything. Okay? All right?
Excuse me, Mama Callie. Daddy, I need for you to mute your other guest mic because she's in the kitchen and she probably don't realize we can hear all that noise over Mama Callie.
Oh, what? Okay, what noise?
I hear a bunch of noise in the background coming from the other guest, and I need Daddy to mute her mic because she's away from the mic.
Oh, somebody else. You need someone
Yes,
else to mute their mic. Okay.
yes.
I thought you were telling me that there was
No, Mommy, I was just mentioning your name. I can't hear you over the noise.
okay. Everybody has to mute their mic. I
Yeah.
thought maybe that my mic was too loud. I kind of lowered it.
No, Mommy, Daddy.
Yes, I'm going to ask everybody to
But
mute.
she's away from the mic. I need you to mute her mic.
Okay, let me do this. All right.
Thank you. Forgive me for the interruption.
No, we needed to know that. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Callie.
Okay. So I do need to, so we understand that CEPHEUS is the Redeemer. CEPHEUS is the Messiah. And CEPHEUS is a constellation in the sky. So what we all think that, that the Messiah must come in the skin that we can touch or some kind of idol that we can go to and put some candles. No, the Messiah does not have to come in the skin. He may, and this is how the Roman Empire sees it, that the Messiah will be in the flesh, physical. Not necessarily. Because here in the Aquarian age, we will all realize the godliness that is within us, if we choose. Now, there are a whole lot of people want to stay in the matrix, and they will. They'll stay in this third dimension. Let them stay there. But those of us who are willing to move up and to become gods within our own self, we can do that. The Messiah is the realization, the massive consciousness of our godliness. That's who the Messiah really is. Now, there may be the birth of one who can guide us, who can show us the way, as was Yeshua, Yahweh, Yeshua. He was born. They call him Jesus. That's the one that Romans made up, and he showed us the way. But people began to worship him. No, he said, no, I ain't that ain't who I am. No, there is the great spirit of which I am the son, as I am the daughter, as you are the sons and daughter of the great spirit. And he kept saying it, but everybody wanted to make him they want to make him the God. He said he wasn't. Why do we won't believe it? Because we want to feel and touch and believe some falseness, some falsehoods. But that has always been the problem. You have to remember that when Moses went to the mountaintop to get the 10 Commandments, the people, he wasn't gone long. They had taken all their gold and everything and made themselves an idol to worship. Because people need an island. What do you call an idol? Now, you run around here with a little cross or something around your neck and everything, Why? What does that mean? Death? Is that what you worship? Crucifixion? You know what I'm saying? Everybody run around. Some of them got great big, these rappers got great big gold one. What? Don't we know? No. So our people have to be educated because we have been so miseducated. We have been so miseducated that it is sinful. Sinful. But the Roman system told us that we somebody. We got a PhD, we got this, we got that, we got this certificate, we do, you accept it here, you can go there, and you all this. This is what the system told us with this false education. Now, I'm just going to divert just for 1 second to show you how serious this is. I was listening to the radio one day and listened to this Negro radio station. I listen to it when I'm in the car. And so, there was this young lady who is the youth director of some national action network. Beautiful young lady. She had just graduated from Spelman, our highest college. And everybody should know, we should know that Spelman was Rockefeller's wife. Okay. Now, so she was being interviewed, and somebody came on the line and asked her if she knew about the Black Code laws. She had never heard of it. Okay. You've just graduated from one of the top so-called historically Black institutions in the country, and you have never heard of the Black Code laws? What are they teaching you? See, this is why I'm saying we're so miseducated. We don't even know who we are. Well, if you don't know who you are, nobody's going to respect you. And if on that census you ticked Negro, Black, colored, or African American, you don't count, because there's no such thing. You have to come from somewhere. Negro, Black, colored, African American don't come from nowhere. Okay? It's a way of disappearing you in plain sight. You are disappeared. And they certainly don't want you to find out what your true identity is, because then they are no longer Americans, they're squatters. They squatting on your land. Done stole your identity, squatting on your land, done gave you the worst of everything, and killing you off. Okay, so let me go over the chart behind me so that we can understand the movement of the planets and how this is really the only time clock we have. Okay?
Yes.
It is. Can we do that? I'm going to turn my overhead light off. Now you can see that better, can't you?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it was positioned better the last time. I don't know. You can still see the top though, can't you?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. This is the map of our visible universe. This is what we can see. This is the north sky. This is the south sky. Okay?
Yes.
Now, the movement, what we call the zodiac, and why zodiac? Because most of the constellations are animals, are depicted as animals, like the ram, the bull, the crab, the lion, the the scorpion, the eagle, and there are two human, the Capricorn is the goat. The two human are Aquarius. It's time for the man to rise up. And then the twins, and then of course Virgo, the great mother. She has to be real because she actually brings all things into place, into being. Without the mother principle, nothing would exist.
That is correct.
Okay? So the mother is depicted over here, Virgo, the mother. Okay? Now, the movement of the planets go this way. All right? And this brings about the year, 365 days in this circle. And as you could, one day we'll have a bigger shot of this, but it's the circle that the zodiac actually moves around is orange on this line, on this chart. Okay? So the precession of the equinoxes, which brings about the ages, the motion is going backwards this way, counterclockwise. That's why we're moving from Pisces, the fish, into Aquarius, the age of man. Okay? So it's going this way. Okay, so this is the 26,000 year cycle called the precession of the equinoxes, and why we are hearing about moving from the age of Pisces, the two fish going in two directions, and the age of Aquarius, which is the man who has this urn of water and he's pouring it out, and this water is knowledge. So we're in the age, entering into the age of knowledge. Okay, and knowledge of self, knowledge of the consciousness, knowledge of the power of the mind to create any and everything. Everything that's ever invented is from the mind. It's the creative force. We have access to the universal mind that knows all. We have access to it. But what they have done during the Piscean age is dumb us down. Dumb us down to the fact that we have no idea who we are as a people. And we got to wake up, because I don't know how much longer we can survive. There will be a few of us, but only a few, I think, until we wake up to the fact of who we are. And we grab onto that knowledge and wisdom, and then we pour it out to our children and our grandchildren. They got to know. They must know. They must know the truth. And they are not getting it in school. Why did they make education compulsory in America? So they could indoctrinate everybody into the lie. We're not the only ones who've been lied to. Europeans have been lied to too. They actually believe this is their country. You know, you don't steal something and then say it's yours. No, it's not yours. Never was, never will be. You're squatters. And so the next thing I want to point out is the circle, which is the pole star, or the pole. This is right here in the middle. Okay? So we have the constellations. CEPHEUS is right here. The Ethiopian king sitting on his throne. He's right here. You know, we have Draco, the dragon, is right here. We have the little bear, which is right here. And the pole star or the North Star that we are now seeing is the tail of the little bear. And it's right here in the center, you know. And then we have several other pole stars, and they come up, they change about anywhere from every 4,000 to 8,000 years. The pole will shift, and then the North Star will change. Okay? And so, how I personally began to look at CEPHEUS right here, the Ethiopian king, was because of these two lines right here. They weren't lines, they were numbers. They were numbers that were on a graffiti message that came to myself and my husband during 1995, written on the wall of in San Francisco on the beach. It was graffiti. But because I'm so into symbols, and I saw the symbols of Mars and Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto on the wall, and I said, "Oh, what is this? Why are these huge symbols on this beach wall?" So my husband and I, we went to the wall because we usually walk by the water and the ocean, right at the ocean. And it was sometimes, depending on the tide, it was either about 100, 150 feet from the water. So we went up to the wall and we realized that there was a message on that wall, and that started the cosmic prophecies of San Francisco. So this is like the first number, which was 104, which pointed directly to the star Sirius. Every pyramid in the world points to the star Sirius. It's our brightest star. And then the other number, 189, pointed to the Great Mother, Virgo. So in seeing these 2 points as a mathematician and as a astronomer, I realized there was a third point. And so this third point went straight through the constellation of CEPHEUS. And this is the reason why I began to look at it, to see who CEPHEUS was. And so that's how I got to that point. So I've given you a little information about that, you know, how we got to looking at CEPHEUS in the first place, the Ethiopian king, you know. And so, as J. Edgar Hoover's you know, he was the head of the FBI. He said, at all costs, we must prevent the rise of a Black Messiah. Prevent the rise of a Black Messiah in America. They had to keep us dumb and stupid. Make sure we didn't ever learn who we were. Never realize who our ancestors were. Never realize that we were at home. This is our home. This is where we are, where we came from. This is the blood and sweat of our ancestors. We didn't just build this. We didn't just build it. And then they lied about everything else. There's so much that has emerged to show that we are the Hebrews indigenous to this land. The Decalogue, I think I mentioned it in one of the other videos, which was found in Newark, Ohio, was a little box about maybe 15, no, it was about 10, 12 inches tall, that was buried in a mound, those mounds of pyramids, and there are over 10,000 here in this country, with a skeleton. It was buried, and it was in the hands of the skeleton. And when they opened it, they cracked it open to see what it was. And in stone, written in stone, was the Ten Commandments. Okay? The Ten Commandments was carved in stone on this Decalogue, and the image of Moses, of Moshe. So the Decalogue and so many artifacts that show that we're Hebrews. We're not Jews. We're Hebrews.
Okay.
And this is our land. We are the so-called lost tribes. Okay? And we must awaken. The Indians were Hebrews. The language that they spoke was ancient Hebrew. And there was a common language, ancient Hebrew, not the new one that's kind of mixed up with the Europeans. But the old, what they call Paleo Hebrew. Okay? That was a language. And it was a common language of those Eastern tribes. Were all so-called black copper color. It was the language of the Eastern tribes, from Newfoundland all the way down to Peru. And by the way, Peru is the city of David in the Bible. You can look at it and see it. Peru, Machu Picchu. They don't know where it came from or what it is. No, we know what it is, okay? So there's one more thing that I must tell you before I forget. Do you guys remember that we had a total solar eclipse back there in 2017? I think it was. Did I write it down somewhere? The exact date where it spanned the whole of America? And I think they said it hadn't happened in over 800 years or something like that. That a total eclipse of the sun. In other words, as the Bible states, the sun blackened and the moon turned red. That's because the sun moved in front of the earth. I'm sorry. The moon moved in front of the sun and it turned red and the sun blackened. That was a total eclipse of the sun. And it happened sometime April 2017. And it crossed the whole of America. Now, the next solar eclipse that will cross the whole of America is in 2024. And it will cross from Oregon and come all the way over to Florida. Okay, so it makes an X. It makes an X in America. What is that X? What does it indicate? It's a 7-year time frame. 7 years of tribulation. 7 years of tribulation from 2017 to 2024. And a lot of people try to say it's Jacob's trouble, but it's not Jacob's trouble. Jacob done had trouble for 2,000 years. From the time that of the Babylonian captivity, you know, gone into slavery, you know, and up until this last 500 years, it's not full, because Columbus came over with his dogs. People didn't tell you, they brought dogs with them. 1492, and destroyed our people. Genocide. Destroyed our people, but then they realized they didn't know how to grow corn. They didn't know how to grow potatoes. They didn't know how to grow tobacco, and they wanted all of that. You know? And so they didn't know how. Can you bring somebody who doesn't know tobacco over here and they can grow it? How can an African who doesn't have tobacco in Africa come over here and know how to grow tobacco? They can't, because they don't know tobacco. Okay? So all of those crops that were indigenous here in the Americas, the people here were the ones who knew how to grow them. So they had keepers of sons. They killed them in, enslaved the women and children, raped and robbed, raped the children, and created that mulatto class that they gave the identity to. And some of them was just straight up white folks. Paid $5 to become an Indian. You know? So our people have to know this. We have to tell our children. We got to get it on a social media platform that they watch, that they are curious about, that they want to know. We've got to bring them out of this matrix called America. Well, it's the whole world. The whole world has been miseducated. Because everybody come over here, take advantage of us, go and put up a shop right in our place. We go in there and buy their stuff. We can't get the loan. They won't give it to us. Why? Because they want to keep us impoverished. Whenever we have been on our own, we have developed a very productive community. I came from one. We had our own hospital, we had our own stores, we had our own everything right in our community. We had our own nursing school. You know, I mean, we had everything. We had our own college, you know, and their teachers loved us and they pushed us to know, to learn. They don't do that no more. No, because they just want that check. You know, they don't have any concern for us. Our own even. They're more concerned with that, what do they call it, that secret society, the next meeting they're going to go to for their alphabet, no, not alphabet, what do you call it, those Greek letter societies that they belong to. They're more interested in that than teaching your children. and they want that money. Keep that car. Hey, gotta have me a Beamer. You know, I didn't even know what a Beamer was. Old lady, and somebody said Beamer, and I didn't know what it was. You know, so I mean, you know, I don't care about a car. My car is 22 years old. It takes me where I want to go and brings me back every time. So I don't care. I don't care what it look like. You can say what you want about me. You know, don't hurt me. You remember sticks and stone? Okay, that's me. So if you want to get some questions going, or if there's something else, Clemson, you want me to cover, I would be glad to do it.
Okay, what I want to do is bring in Mama Ashe. This is
Uh-huh.
Mama Ashe, and I'd like y'all to create this dialogue. Mama Ashe, would you give us your insight to what you have heard? Are you there, Mama Ashe? Oh, I think it's
She
me.
might be muted.
Yes, Mama
Yeah,
Ashe,
she's muted.
can you hear me?
Okay, here I am.
Okay, I wanted you to give me your insight and contributions to this program this morning. Um, and I know you are a person who is very spiritual, and we have talked and we have actually discussed um, much of what Callie has said. But I'd like for you to comment on the program today.
Well, I enjoyed being able to hear Mama. Where did she go? I don't even see her in the on the
I think he took me out. Okay.
Okay, Mama Kali. Yes. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Yeah, we can have it like that, Daddy, so I can remember how to pronounce her name. Yes, I enjoyed hearing Mama Kali's truth, her perspective, and her how you say, well, her insight from, I guess, the knowledge from which it is that she has and what she stands on at a foundation of her truth. Um, but my first question is, when we acknowledge the word Messiah, are you aware that there's a total of 22 Messiahs? Where actually some people say 16 Messiahs
Yeah,
before
the
the
crucified Savior. Yeah.
yeah, the
Mhm.
crucified
Oh, yes. Well, see,
Savior.
uh-huh. Oh, absolutely. Because as I said, every culture wanted to have like an image, you know, that they could go to that looked like them, you know, that they could worship, because, you know, like the golden calf that the Hebrews created, they wanted an image because they couldn't see the Great Spirit, or they didn't recognize the Great Spirit in the whole of nature, because that's what the Great Spirit is, the whole of nature. But yes, I do know that every culture has their own Messiah.
Okay, so with
Mhm.
that being said, then everybody's belief system is their truth. From whatever perspective that they see it. If they look at it from a religious perspective or a spiritual perspective, there's no reason to debate if we recognize that everybody wants their own, needs their own, something that they can actually relate to, because the ones that we were being fed were like whitewashed, rather in skin or in the teachings of indoctrinations and dogmas. So
Right.
we actually, like, I don't know if you come from a biblical perspective, from a Hebrew Israelite perspective, but the Bible itself tells us to look to the ancient of days, to the old past, to
I mhm. I would consider um, CEPHEUS, the Ancient of Days. Because from what I am understanding from the new information that I have just come across and really have not been able to really get into in depth, that he also, CEPHEUS also represents what the Greeks call Asclepius. But Asclepius was the name of the Imhotep. The Greeks always change the names of our deities or those that we held in high esteem. When they took on our identity, and our knowledge, they changed the names. And in Imhotep's name, they changed to Asclepius. And see, Asclepius is the god. Well, should I say, when a medical doctor takes his oath, that oath he takes not to harm, to do no harm, which of course they don't believe in that no more. They take that oath to Asclepius. And so Imhotep then goes back thousands and thousands and thousands of years in our culture. So yes, to answer your question, I do know that everybody has their own, and they're welcome to it. Now, I don't consider myself should I say, I don't identify with a religion because I understand the great spirit. But I am saying to you that our people, we are such good people. We have kept the commandments in spite of the fact that we have been misled and going and galloping behind Caesarea, who is the one that was put there, what's it, Serapis? Hey, Brown, Serapis, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not the Christ that the Africans actually recognized. It wasn't the same one, because at the Council of Nicaea, when what was the guy's name? He called the Council of Nicaea when they began to take over the Roman, the so-called Christianity. The
Well,
Africans did not agree with that.
yeah, well, we have to look back to when Alexander came into Africa in
Right.
333 BC. He saw that in order to have the leadership over the people, you had to be spiritual. And
Right.
so he wanted to be made a god, so that the people would worship him. But the Africans would not do that. Um, so they, so when the kingdom was broken up into his generals and so forth, but when the Romans came in, Ptolemy I Lagi found a temple that would agree to make his image into a god. And so you had this temple to ceremoniously make him a god by taking the attributes of the Egyptian Osiris and one other of their deities, Apis,
Yeah.
and taking those characteristics and amalgamating them and ceremoniously creating Lagi one into a god. And so there was a temple built to this Roman uh, Lagi one called Osiris.
Mm-hmm.
And Osiris comes down to us, and this was Melkite Coptic Christians that did this. So these were African, Egyptian Africans, but they were one temple. The majority of African people, of Egyptians, did not go along with that, and their temples were closed. They had to worship in their homes, and
Yeah.
the Romans killed a lot of them. The Romans fed them to the lions and
Yep.
all kinds of uh,
Wicked things.
wicked
Wicked, wicked,
things. Yeah,
wicked.
that's right.
Yeah,
But
they've always
anyway,
been wicked.
through those councils, they created uh, uh, they created I'm going to say codes that say things um, like the Father, like the Son, uh, which meant like the Egyptian father Osiris, um, like the son, who would be Serapis. They began to create within what would later be the Catholic Church
Right.
all of these different how you put them symbolic sayings that
Uh-huh.
took the place. Let me see that transferred information that over a period of time became the Roman Catholic Church. But it was Africans who initially set up these councils. It was Africans who built the first Christian church
Church. That's right.
in
Mm-hmm.
Turkey. The what's the name of it?
Sophia.
Yeah, Sophia.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Before the Romans took over. But I mean, we need to know the progression of the history, how
Right.
the church comes about,
Mm-hmm.
uh, how all of these, the Protestant movement and all of that, that became under the Catholic Church and that we're still worshiping in these different sects, but it's all under the
The
Catholic Church.
Catholic Church.
It all,
It's all under Rome.
yes. And so when we look at what's happening today, it's it's all a continuation of these powers uh, continuing through and under pretty much the same leadership. And
Pretty much, yes.
there,
Those bloodlines. It's pretty much the same leadership, those same bloodlines that came in during the Roman the Roman times. That the same bloodlines are there, except now you know that you've heard of the black nobilities of Europe. Black nobility.
yes, yes, because Europe, because our people were spread out all over the planet, and
Absolutely.
they were in Europe and all of these places before
Yes,
the European came out of the ice. Uh,
exactly. And
so
so they still keep the actually all of the information or the what they call the crests of the original people who were black, the ruling the kings and queens of Europe were black,
yes, yes, they were
and they were the royalty of Europe.
right.
And there's a brother who wrote several books, The Negro Question, and his name is Lee Cummings. And he has shown how You know, even up until 1800s, they were removing the royal families of Europe out of Europe into America, into the Americas. In fact, the Stuart family, you know, who King, what was his, King James was a Stuart. And, you know, Buckingham, they called themselves Stuarts. They just stole your name and stole your identity, everything. And so he shows how, you know, they were expelled from Scotland, from Ireland, you know, and the Europeans, the barbarians took over, you know, and this was recent. It
Yes.
was, I mean, recent.
No,
You know, in
because,
time, it's recent.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think up until 447 AD, most
Wait,
of,
no. King James.
I'm not talking about King James. I'm just
Oh,
saying up
okay.
until
Okay.
447 AD, most of your slaves were white. Black folks are the last people to be enslaved on an
Right.
international plane like this. But up until then, we pretty much were the nobility
And
and
the rulers. Yeah.
rulers of the world.
Right.
So it's important for our people to know that Europeans were, I mean, that's where slave comes from,
So,
Slav.
yeah, the Slavs, you know, they're still called Slavs.
Yeah. And the
Hmm.
Romans and everybody enslaved them, white folk, uh, in mass up
Yes.
until around the fourth, fifth century. And that's when Africans began to become major enslaved people all over, you know. And that was a slow process. It wasn't, once it got started, it grew like wildfire. But yeah, you know, it's just so much to understand.
Well, because like I said, we have been so miseducated. You know, everything, throw everything out and go clean your brain and start all over, you know? But I mean, it's a white boy who wrote, um, um, you know, the lies my teacher told me, and he even writes a lot about the Indians. Of course, he doesn't say that they were us. Nobody wants to admit that. They'll die in their graves first
Hmm.
because, I mean, for them to have so mistreated we, the chosen people, and
Yeah,
I use that term because we, Israel, was favored by the Great Spirit. If
yes.
you believe anything that came from these ancient books.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mama Moshe, I'm missing you.
Yes. Yeah. So I, where I am, when the divine spirit visited to me, the spirit took me in the book, but directed me to come outside the book in order to be able to receive and acknowledge and apply, so I can multiply the truth. So once the spirit says, look to the ancient of days, look to the old past, ancient of days is in BC, not AD. And the spirit reveals to me BC, just, in the childlike spirit that she allows to open up my mind and bring things back to remembrance. BC actually represents before confusion, and AD is after deception. Now, when I say, when you look, excuse me,
I love it. Go
I
ahead.
love that too. Yeah, before confusion, because what Brown has just explained to us how in those first centuries of after confusion, you know, how that came about. He's just explained, he just ran it down,
Yeah, well, I'm getting
and
ready to
so
put
that
some more light on it.
the confusion came in with the Piscean age, because it's the age of confusion. It's the age of falsehoods. It's the age of everything you thought it was, it ain't. Okay, and so BC, and that's why I say Cephus, because the Chaldeans knew, and of course at that time they were all black too. The Chaldeans knew. I had the actual dates here. The Chaldeans knew in 3100 BC, before confusion. They knew Cephus was they considered him the bringer of the astronomical information. He was the one who was known to bring that to the people. But then he was Imhotep. And of course, Imhotep was the god of all knowledge as far as ancient Egypt was concerned. But of course, Hollywood then made him a mummy who was evil. And so these are even the things that we have to correct, because when we say Imhotep, our children conjure up that image that was given to them by Hollywood. They don't know who Imhotep was. It's just a Hollywood image of Imhotep. But as I said, you're looking at the Ancient of Days. Well, Cephus was the Ancient of Days. He's been around for the last 6,000 years and known. And like I said, he was even immortalized in the megaliths in Scotland. I pulled that information up just recently. I didn't know that. And another thing that I also pulled up was, Teotihuacan, which is that huge pyramidal structure down there just south of Mexico City. I think it's about 30 miles south of Mexico City. It was laid out according to the so-called Star of Bethlehem, which I told you was the Saturn and the Jupiter conjunction from 7 BC to 6 BC. Jupiter and Saturn were coming together, and they came together 3 times, just as they just recently, since 2018, up until just February of this year. I think it was February of this year was the last conjunction, and there were 4 conjunctions of Saturn and Jupiter from the December 29, 2018 up until February of this year. And it was the conjunction in Capricorn, which is the structures, all those things that rule the earth, the governments and so forth. It had to come down. And now the last conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter, just a couple of months ago, was in Aquarius, which is the new age. So it is pointing to the fact that it's a new age. And did you understand what I was saying about the X that is going to be created by the total solar eclipse, and how it's going to actually be right there? It's I think it's Carbondale, Illinois, which is very close to some of our very famous mounds, and where they found that Decalogue, and of course Cahokia, which is one of those massive, great, beautiful pyramids and mounds and structures that's in South Illinois, just outside of St. Louis. So they preserve some of our ancient sites. but most of them they destroyed. And I'm sure that children in St. Louis and East St. Louis don't know about Cahokia, and they can get on a bus and go there. Nobody's teaching them about their culture. They say it's Indian mounds. Oh, yeah, but we don't know we Indians.
Sister, Mama.
Very, very, very interesting, I will say. I've enjoyed it. I'm sorry for cutting in, but I just wanted to say that I have truly enjoyed you today. Um, Went over a lot of things that kind of enlightened me. But I want you, if you would, can you talk a little bit more? You were talking about, I think it was you were talking about in 2024 that we were going to be in a certain position until 2024. Can you speak a little more about that?
Okay, 2024 is when that the next solar eclipse is going to happen and create that X over America. And I just did say where that X is going to be. It's
Right.
Carbondale, Illinois, and which is just right there at St. Louis and the Cahokia Mound. That X is going to be created right there. Okay? Now, it's from 2017 when that first solar eclipse happened and made that first line until 2024 with the second line creating the X. That's a 7-year tribulation. Now, according to the books, the tribulation, they say Jacob's trouble. No, it ain't Jacob's trouble. Jacob done been in trouble for 2,000 years and especially been severely troubled in the last 500 years with the arrival of the Europeans into Jacob's land. This is Jacob's land where we are, Israel. This is Jacob's land. And so that 7-year tribulation, I believe, and many of the Hebrews here in the Americas believe that that is the tribulation where we're going to be seeing the death of the Roman Empire. Okay? Because like I said, when it got shut down, when all those planets were May of 2020, when all those planets were in Capricorn, that was the shutdown. Okay? Because it's going to be destroyed. And these 7 years of the tribulation of the Roman Empire and the end of the Roman Empire. See, we can't end the Roman Empire. It has to be the Great Spirit to do that. And we are seeing the signs in sky. Remember, I think there is a biblical verse. I am not a Bible scholar. Please know that. But there is a verse that says something about we would see the signs in the sky before the coming. There would be signs of the sun and the moon before the great day of the coming of the Messiah. That I believe actually points to, that 7-year tribulation when we see the fall of the Roman Empire, and the birth of the new people. We got to get ourselves ready because CEPHEUS is our king. And CEPHEUS is the pole star. It will be ruling over everything. Nobody can go anywhere without that pole star. You can't move. You don't know where north and south is. You can't be guided by anything. You can't get on a plane. You can't get on a boat. The seasons don't know what to do. So that pole star is so important, because it guides everything. And because we know that it is related to the Ancient of Days. It is. It's been around for so long. It's in the megaliths. And even down there at Teotihuacan, it's there. It's all, they laid it, the ancients, our people. They laid all this stuff out so that we would know when the time came. We could come out of this matrix of ignorance that we have been captivated by. Hi, baby. Yeah, where'd your mom go?
Oh, she just wants me to.
Linda, let
Okay.
your screen down. Pull your screen down so your face will move up to the top.
Who, me?
Linda.
Oh, Linda. Okay. Whew. So did that answer your question, Erlinda? Erlinda?
I'm
Did
sorry,
she-
I had myself on mute. Yes.
Oh,
Yes, it
do you
did.
need further clarification?
No, you did very well. I get it now.
Yeah, so this is that 7-year tribulation where we're going to be seeing the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of our people. But we got to get ready. We got to clear our minds. We got to get that junk out of our heads.
Right.
And we got to start teaching the children the truth. Yeah, so
Exactly.
your dad told you to pull this screen up because we can't even see your face.
Can you see me now?
Okay,
Yeah,
we can
just pull
see
your
now.
screen down a
Okay,
little bit.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
just move your screen back.
Computer screen that you're looking into, that you're talking into. Just reach up and pull your computer screen down.
No, the other
No,
way.
the other way. The other way.
There you go.
There
Oh,
you
okay. So you can see me good now? Okay. I needed little Bobby.
Okay, you sure do look like your mom.
I like to say I look like my dad.
Yeah.
All right, I got to get back to my sister, Mama Moshe, because I cut you off. We cut you off. So if you would please, you were saying, if you could continue saying what you were saying.
Okay, well, first of all, I didn't realize Berlinda was my sister, your daughter. Her name been up there the whole time, but I didn't even it didn't even click who she was. So hi, my sister.
Hello.
Okay, what a pleasure to know that you're present as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so are you familiar with the sacerdotal seat of our ancestors who were known as the Orcos, the Sibyls, the Muse? Before there was Hebrew, before there was the word Egyptian, before any of that. Do you know what can you break down what the sacerdotal seat is, what it represents for the audience?
Why don't you do that?
Okay, because it's like I just wanted to hear your perspective so I can figure out if we're basically on the same page, but we're using a different culture of language, and I think that's what it is.
Okay, what we are talking about is the different entities. We know the angels, the elves, the angels, the fallen angels. We know all of those who were with God, so-called God. We know that there were entities in between who took care of and did were aspects of the Great Spirit who performed different jobs because the Great Spirit didn't do it all by himself. It's sort of like you got trees and you got birds and you got butterflies and so forth. It's true in the spirit world. There are many different ones. And what you are speaking of is those entities that lie between the Great Spirit and actually below the angels, because we have the angels and we have the fallen angels. Okay, and we know who the fallen angels were, and then the book of Enoch actually does explain how they became the fallen angels. So there were many entities, and there still are, and many cultures actually deal with those spirits on those levels, and you can call them down anytime. It's just a matter of you understanding their existence and how to use the incantations and the energies of the plant and animal world to bring them into existence to do the work that you need to do. Yes. Now, if you care to elaborate, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yes, Mama. Cause okay, so with the understanding that the principalities, the entities, the powers that be, and all of this is a spirit, but yet they're being housed in a vessel. That's the reason why we're able to see and perceive, and we're able to hear and understand. And what it is that we see and perceive and hear and understand, we're supposed to be able to receive and utilize the spirit of discernment of those things that represent prolonging life, or those things that are going to be representing death. So when I look to the being of the guidance of the divine spirit, when she tells me to look to the ancient of days, that means I have to come out of the teachings of the language of culture that has enslaved us, exploit us, demise us, mistreat us, and do all type of evil to us, even as it is this day. Because if I can look to the ancient of days and recognize there was a time of peace, there was a time of harmony, there was a time of balance, there was a time of truth, there was a time of principles that represents the laws of above and so below, then I recognize that this is where I'm supposed to stay focused. And then it also allows my eyes become magnified to recognize the subtle lies that are being placed in various positions to cover up exactly who I am, what my divine purpose is. And not only when am I speaking about me, I'm speaking of we. So when the spirit led me to the knowledge of the sacerdotal seat that actually represents our ancestors, whether they're indigenous to this land or the other six continents upon this cosmic garden in the midst of this universe, the spirit allowed me to see tangibly it was the black woman, or it was some people called the African, or what some people would call, just a woman of color, but it represents the mother of all nations. So, as it is above, the cosmic womb that even the scientists would recognize and say, the universe is a black womb. And the only thing that can actually exist is to be birthed. And that's a feminine nature. So the cosmic is a black womb that births all things into existence. And she is the all. She's the fullness of all things. If we recognize that there's a masculine and a feminine energy within us all, and not using it in a derogatory way like the slave masters do to make it look like I forgot the word, but like that represents or will give more I don't know, praise to an LGBTQ community or whatever the case may be. But having the ability to recognize and give birth to masculine and feminine energy allows us to recognize that's whatever in me is within you. But our gender, our morality is what signifies the reproduction of being able to reproduce ourselves. And the adversary of the jealous God that is in the Bible is the one who saw that there is a difference between the woman and the man. And with his seed of recognizing that he wanted to be above her because she was the architect, she is the lawgiver, she is the principle, she is the truth, and she has the ability to replenish the world or the earth and all the hosts thereof. But he didn't. He does not have a womb. So he has to manipulate the mind. He has to manipulate the teachings of our ancestors. So yes, it is true that we have to have a transferring and a renewing of our mind. But that foundation can't be on a foundation that is only traced to that truth. It happens to be religion. We have to come out of the religion and go into the culture where we found our people had peace when they happily sit on the sacerdotal seat that our ancestors utilized as the seat of, known today as the Vatican. It was Black women who actually sat in Rome on the sacerdotal seat before it is known as the Vatican today. So they are the original Vaticans. They are the original light to the nations and to the world. And because when we were told that, the great crucifixion of these Christians, they were actually Black women known as sibyls, known as oracles, known as muses, and they
Yes,
were
and we know, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that, and in fact, those women who were punished up there in Salem, they were also Black women, those that burned as witches in Salem, Massachusetts. They
yes.
were also the Black women. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interfere, but
Oh
yeah.
no, mommy, it's good that we're actually able to agree on that. So with that being said, before that there is a male Messiah, there's actually a female Messiah. But we didn't use that term Messiah. It's just simply, as a child would recognize, it's the anointed one. The woman is the anointed one. Because even if we say that the king is the ruler, it's kind of like saying, well, the woman, how man through centuries of patriarchal teachings had actually said that the man is the head of the household. But when you go back further, it was actually the woman as the head of the household, but not in a dominant way, but a teaching way, a wisdom way. Because she was able to communicate with the cosmos mother above, and she's able to communicate with the herbal and the nurturer of Mother Nature below. And them two together, which is still one, created the woman to be the tangible representation of that divine feminine wisdom that is going to be educating not only the village, but the palace as well. So when we speak of a Messiah, nothing can be birthed through the womb unless the house of the womb itself is the first Messiah.
May I speak? May I speak?
Yes, mommy.
Okay, here's something that I think you missed. Let me go to the chart again. Remember, I pointed out the fact that the Great Mother is here and that nothing could come about without this energy.
Yes.
Right? The feminine energy, nothing can be birthed without it.
Yes.
Not even our Milky Way. The womb of this whole galaxy comes from here. This is the cosmic womb.
Well, to me,
Okay,
mommy, is the
so
cosmic womb.
this is the black womb of the universe is here. And all of this was birthed from here. Okay, so I think that you are taking, well, okay, what I have to say is that we have to use terms that people know and understand. In order to get the message to them. Now, I am familiar with what you have said because I have actually looked at that as well. But if I am going to a greater audience, I have to use terms and things that they know. And if they want to go further, they have to investigate, they have to have some kind of guidance to where to start. And so, although I understand what you're saying, and I know you're absolutely right, we also have to understand that, we have to teach from where people are at. If we start teaching above them too far, then we lose them. We have to use terms that are there, that they can find, that they can use. So all apologies to you. I showed you there is a cosmic womb, the black womb, that all of our universe came from. All of our galaxy, we're talking about the Milky Way galaxy. That's the galaxy that we belong to. And if you did see the other, the parts 1 and 2, I went into more detail about those. But we have to use information that people know and they can hang on to until they can get to where you are. And I hope you understand the importance of that.
But I'm also doing stuff too.
Now,
who is that, Linda?
Yeah, let me say this, which I hope will also.
I gotta respond to that, Danny.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, mommy, and I appreciate and I understand exactly what it is that you said. So that's the reason why I can understand. But because that we are in this paradigm shift, and that paradigm shift is about resetting and reevaluating so we can replenish and return back, because there's nothing new up under the sun or within the galaxy. Our divine mother, when you got up and pointed a place on your map, that already let me know that, first of all, the mother is omnipresent. So there's no one place that you can point to on the map where it would be the absolute. So the mother is omnipotent, she's omnipresent, she's omnipotent, she's omniferous, she's omnicompetent, she's the infinite intelligence. She is the self-existent one. That's the reason why all exists, and out to her is created the existence of the present, whether it is the past, present, or the future. It is what it is. It is present. So with this, when the spirit awakened me, is to be a light to the world. That means whatever the darkness or whatever the teachings or the indoctrination or the dogmas that came before me, she had to give me and others a teaching that in order for people to awaken out of the lie, they have to be now unspoken, or the seed has to be planted of the truth. And those who are seeking truth will be able to recognize the truth, or at least ask the question of clarity of what it is that I'm saying, because they desire it's within them through the awakening of the laboratory of redemptions and reparations and restoration. So the people that I've come in contact is ready to hear exactly the way it is that I'm speaking, because they're not waiting for me. We just happen to cross each other's paths. At the same time, they have been doing research on their own, and the majority of the people say that they hear confirmation as I speak. But at the same time, if I'm trying to awaken the people who don't want to be awoke and want to just sit back and debate and this, that, and the other, that's not what I'm sent here to do. The Spirit told me to walk as I learn and learn as I walk. So that's daily That's a daily chore that I have to do in the cosmic gardening of my portion of contributing and to cleaning up this garden that is so full of trash and lies. So I understand what you're saying, that mommy, but it's like we can only take it as the people who come across our paths is you can conclude or come to the conclusion of what it is that you want to share with them, and not saying there's a right or a wrong, but I know I've been mandated to share what the spirit has given me to share with the people. They either can receive it or they can decline from it, but I have to be obedient and just speak what the spirit tells me to speak. And for those who have ears to hear, they will hear, and those who forbear, they will forbear, but I have to be obedient. And with that, I'm complete.
Now, brothers and sisters.
And I thank you for that.
Sister Moshe, Sister Kelly. The one thing, because we went almost 2 hours, so we have to close down with, and we will have a part 4. But I just want to say that the when I look up God in the dictionary, it says male deity. It removes the female from the universal oneness and just puts the male there. Well, we know a male cannot bring forth children. A male doesn't have a womb, and all living literally comes through the female. Therefore, this whole patrilineal platform that we see the deity through, and we call it God. It's only half of what the universe is, but you have to have a male and a female, and that's what the European mind is. The African mind is more of a balance, but it does not negate the feminine principle. It holds it dear and literally sees her as the mother of the universe. And Africa, since most things come out of the womb of Africa, because that's what the equator crosses, even though it crosses the entire planet, but it goes right through the heart of Africa. And all of the elements that bring forth all living is manifested in a higher degree. That's why you will find all these minerals and gold, and all of this is dominantly in Africa. Gold comes from stars, and the explosion of them is not just an explosion, but we need a whole program just to talk about where these elements come from and why they are in such abundance in Africa as opposed to other continents. So I want to thank you for being with us, and I look forward to part 4, because this kind of information we need to liberate ourselves and to connect with the oneness of the universe.
May I add something to what you've just said?
Of course.
Okay, so of course the equator also goes through South America, right?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Well, they've got just as much gold, or they had it. The Vatican took it, and the riches also were in that area. Okay.
Yes.
So Africa and South America, even North America, is quite rich. We have no idea how rich this country is as well. But I understand that what you're saying about the riches of Africa, it is very, very true. But also the riches of South America, which, that was known as the Holy Land. And that is where Christopher Columbus said he was going. He was going to the Holy Land. He didn't say he was going to India, and so we have to make sure that we understand that the Great Spirit, which is neither male or female, and you have not heard me say God, because I say Great Spirit. The Great Spirit is all. And so, has blessed our people so abundantly. And, all of the information that has been put forth is for all of us on whatever level we exist to accept. And that is my only work, and that is to enlighten those who want to hear what I have to say. And of course, information comes from many places. I'm not the only one who has information. In fact, my information is small, and I am learning. And I look forward to even greater information as we move through this great tribulation until that X marks the spot. And we can see as we go along, because we have another 3 years to see what is actually going to happen with the Roman Empire as we go along. Okay?
Thank you.
So I would be very, very pleased to continue if there's anything that I can contribute. Thank you. And thank you, my sister. I'm very, very pleased to get to know you. And Linda, I'm so happy to see you again and hear your story, get an update on you.
Yes.
Hey, it's all right. Hey, you got another one going to college now, huh?
Oh, yes.
All right.
She's actually doing college courses now.
Oh,
when she graduates high school, she already have her CNA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
all right.
We got her
that's
pretty much on the right track.
Hey, all right. Okay, my sister. Wonderful speaking with you. And thank you so much for the information that you have contributed. It is divinely inspired. Thank you.
Auntie, can you please give me your website again so that I can go and look for some vitamins that I desperately need?
Okay, mamamoringa.com. Mama, M-A-M-A, Moringa, MORINGA.com. mamamoringa.com. Okay?
Great. Now I got it, because I need my cat's claw, all of that good stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, you'll find it on my website. Okay. And I have other herbs that are not listed on my website as well. Okay.